If you need me to repeat anything, feel free to ask, inshallah. If you have any questions, feel free to ask, inshallah ta'ala. If I make a mistake, please draw my attention. Don't let me keep going. And so, yeah, also you see we have the English on the left side and the Arabic with the explanation on the right side. Inshallah, I will select whatever amount of English we are explaining. The author says, Faslun fil wudu. So, section. Now, Abu Shuja did not name his sections. He just said, Fasl, 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 section, section, section. And then we have in parentheses there, wudu, just so it can be a reference for a person. الوضوء شرعا استعمال الماء في أعضاء مخصوصة. Wudu, legally, shar'an, or religiously, it is the usage of water, or let's say applying water to particular organs. Muftatahan biniyah, commencing or starting with an intention. So that's its definition there. So if you were asked, what's the definition of wudu? So, yani, in English, how well can you memorize in English? Here's English for you. You're going to say to him in English, for example, it is applying water to particular organs with an intention. That's its definition. استعمال الماء في أعضاء مخصوصة مفتتحا بنية وهو بضم الواو اسم للفعل. With a dhamma on the waw, meaning when you say wudu, it is the name of the act. Yani, the name of the performance. It is the name of the performance. وهو المراد هنا, and that's what's meant here. Yani, that's the section. That's what we want to cover here. The rules for this performance. وبفتحها اسم للماء الذي يتوضأ به. And with the fatha, yani if you say wadu, then it's the name of the water used for purification. So then you might say, can someone bring me some wudu? So if you are in the presence of people with knowledge, they're going to know what you're saying. Or if you were to say, I don't have enough wudu, then they're going to know what you're saying. وَكَانَ وُجُوبُهُ مَعَ وُجُوبِ الصَّلَوَاتِ الْخَمْسِ. Its obligation is with the obligation of the 5 prayers. That statement has an explanation. Yani, when was it first made obligatory? But I cannot delve into any details here. وهو من جملة ما شرع للأنبياء الذين كانوا قبل نبينا محمد صلى الله عليه وسلم. And it is amongst that which was sanctioned for the prophets before our prophet Muhammad صلى الله عليه وسلم. فقد ورد في البخاري وغيره أن سارة زوج إبراهيم عليه السلام توضأت. It is recorded in Al-Bukhari and elsewhere that Sarah, the wife of Abraham, may peace be upon him, made wudu حين دخلت أرض الجبار, when she entered the land of the tyrant, الذي كان يرتكب الفاحشة بالنساء الحسان, that tyrant who used to commit atrocities with beautiful women, allati yadkhulna ila ardih, those who would enter his land. Yani, he would have them captured and brought to him. La'natullahi ta'ala alayhi. Nah. So you know the story. The point here is that she made wudu. لكن لهذه الأمة خصوصية الغرة والتحجيل. However, this nation has a specialty. The specialty of al-ghurra wa-tahjil, which is having illumination around their faces on Judgment Day and illumination over their forearms and over their ankles. So he says لكن لهذه الأمة خصوصية الغرة والتحجيل. However, this nation has the specialty of al-ghurra wa tahjil. It means what I just described to you. Having on resurrection day illumination around their faces and also over their upper arms and over their ankles. Yani over their elbows and over their ankles. Over their upper arms. On their upper arms, over their elbows. فقد روى البخاري ومسلم واللفظ له عن أبي هريرة. Al-Bukhari and Muslim narrated, and the wording, the narrated wording that we're going to share here is Muslim's rendition from the route of Abu Hurairah radiyallahu anhu. May Allah accept from him. And Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wa sallam قال, that the Messenger of Allah sallallahu alayhi wa sallam said, إن أمتي يأتون يوم القيامة غرا محجلين min athari wudu. Indeed, my nation comes forth on resurrection day with illumination around their faces and over their elbows and over their ankles. From the effect of the wudu, فَمَنِ اسْتَطَاعَ مِنْكُمْ أَنْ يُطِيلَ غَرَّتَهُ فَلْيَفْعَلْ. So any one of you who is able to make his any one of you who is able to do what makes him have more illumination, any one of you who's able to do what makes him have more illumination, then let him do it. It means go further. Wash even more beyond the boundaries. How are you going to get that illumination on Resurrection Day? By going past the boundaries. So here, what does he say? Okay, so he doesn't go further here. Going how much past the boundaries? Even as much as a fingernail. That's going to get you the light, the extra, the light. Even as much as a fingernail is going to get you the light, but go more than that. You can go all the way up to your knees. Don't do your knees. And all the way up to your shoulders. Don't do your shoulders, though. And you can go well past your face and get your neck under your face, too. Then come, inshallah, do that for the rest of your life. And then come on Resurrection Day shining. Bi-idhnillahi ta'ala. وَالْوُضُوءُ لَهُ شُرُوطٌ. Wudu has conditions. مِنْهُ الْإِسْلَامُ وَالتَّمْيِيزُ. Amongst them is Islam and mental discerning. وَطُهُورِيَةُ الْمَاءِ. And for the water that's being used to be purifying. I was going to be purifying. You know how it's going to be purifying? Yeah, so, like we did last time, because this is a review. What does that mean? For the water to be purifying. That deserves to be unraveled. Now, I can keep moving without unraveling that. As, this is our review, and we have a lot to cover. But I'm going to remind you, what means that it's purifying? This means that it is as Allah originally created it in the first place. This water is as Allah originally created it. That means no matter what color it has, no matter what flavor or smell it has, as long as it is water, so it's going to have come out of the sky, or it's going to have come out of the ground, out of the earth. This is purifying. As long as it hasn't been used already and it hasn't been changed according to the rules of changing. Now, that needs to be unraveled. We won't stop to unravel what it means that it hasn't changed. Unless you have a question, then you can ask. Or else, inshallah, you know that. So check that off on your firmness in your knowledge of the fiqh and the rules here. So, one of the conditions of wudu is the purifying power of the water. وَعَدَمُ الْمَانِعِ مِنْ وُصُولِ الْمَاءِ. And the lack of something that blocks the water. إِلَى الْمَغْسُولِ. And the lack of water, the lack of something, the lack of a barrier that blocks the water from reaching what needs to be washed. What needs to be washed, or since we're talking about wudu, what needs to be wiped too. It only says washed here. But also, you can't have something that blocks the water from what needs to be wiped. So, you had something on your head that blocks the water, you need to remove it, or some of it, so you can get to your head. That's a condition for wudu. This can be unraveled more. The lack of something that blocks the water from reaching al-maghsul, the washed part, and the wiped part. So we're not going to stop to unravel that now. وَعَدَمُ الْمَانِعِ الشَّرْعِي, and also the lack of a religious, if you want, a religious barrier. A religious barrier. This means not a real barrier, not a physical barrier. What would be a religious barrier when we're talking about wudu? كَالْحَيْضِ وَالنِّفَاسِ لِلْمَرْأَةِ, like menstruation and postpartum bleeding for a woman, because she could physically make wudu. So that's not a physical barrier, but it's a religious barrier because her menses defies the wudu. It defies the wudu. That would be like somebody trying to make wudu while he's holding his penis, for example. It's not going to be valid because that's defying his wudu. Because you know that's one of the wudu invalidators, as is coming. Question, is also an illness that water may harm the person? No. That's a good question. The illness is neither physical nor religious barrier in this case. Not called mania, as far as I know. I never learned that. The sickness is mania, a barrier. It is true though. Okay, I'll tell you why though. Why? It's not. Sickness, not barrier. Why? Because what we're talking about here is that the wudu is not going to be valid. It's not going to even be valid. Now, if a person were sick and using the water would harm him, then yes, that would be haram if he knew that that's going to harm him. But what is wudu be valid though? His wudu will be valid. So that's not a barrier. It's not what we mean here. Barakallahu feek. أما الجنابة فلا تمنع الوضوء. As for sexual impurity, this does not block wudu. This is not an obstacle for wudu. Meaning what? Meaning a person needs to do a ghusl. Okay, so what if he makes wudu and not ghusl? Is his wudu valid? You know? His wudu is not, it is valid. His wudu is valid. Can he pray? No, he cannot pray. Inshallah, he knew that he cannot pray. So that's the meaning of saying sexual impurity is not a barrier for wudu. It means don't misunderstand and think that although you can't pray, that the wudu is not valid. So I think that's clear. If you have a question, feel free. وَهَذِهِ الشُّرُوطُ عَامَّةٌ. And these conditions are general. They are broad. ويضاف إليها في بعض الحالات الخاصة شروط أخرى. And added to these conditions are some other special conditions sometimes. كدخول وقت الصلاة للمرأة المستحاضة ومن به سلس بول. Like, for the time to come in, for the prayer time to come in, for a woman with sickness bleeding, or for someone who has incontinence of urine. Meaning, if a woman had a sickness bleeding, istihada, she still has to pray. That's not menses. So it is a condition for her wudu to be valid that she waits for the prayer time to come in. If she makes wudu ahead of time, it's not valid. Also, if someone has incontinence of urine, it's the same thing. Incontinence of urine, incontinence of blood, same thing here. And any other incontinence, incontinence of gas, yani flatulence, always passing gas like some little kids do sometimes, can't stop. This, when someone has this ailment, which is, I usually call it leakage. When a person has this leakage problem, then it's a condition for the validity of his wudu that the time comes in first, the prayer time. The prayer time comes in first. Now, here, as you can see, as far as the English is concerned, we're still under the word section. We didn't even start explaining the text yet. Before getting to that, the explainer, that's Sheikh Abdullah, rahimahullah, he talked about conditions for the wudu. And why did he do that here? Because the author, that's Abu Shuja, rahimahullah, he does not have a chapter or section in his booklet, this booklet of his, for the conditions of wudu. So since he lacks that, and that is important and significant, the explainer inserted that here with special benefits. In this paragraph we just read, there are nice benefits for the one who comprehends. The one who comprehends realizes some of the niceties that the Shaykh implanted here. Such as mentioning that sexual impurity is not something that blocks wudu. That's nice detail there. For the one who's interested in fiqh, when you like fiqh and you hear something like that and you comprehend it, you say, mashallah, that's nice. May Allah make you amongst the fuqaha. Ameen. Don't think you can't be one. Don't think you can't be one. You might say, I'm small. I'm too old. No. Rather, yani, roll up your sleeves, roll up your pants legs if you have to. Khalas, strap in and buckle down and do it. Bi-idhnillah, you'll become one. Okay. Do you have any question here?
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullah.
Just a clarification. Was the mentioning of sexual impurity not invalidating wudu? That was one of the conditions. It was after the lack of a religious barrier?
Yes, and to be exact, he's not saying that it doesn't invalidate wudu. He's saying it doesn't block wudu.
Oh, it doesn't block wudu.
Yeah,
okay.
What we're saying here is, yeah, Yani, because it's one thing to invalidate the deed, it's another thing to be unable to initiate it. So he's
unable to initiate.
Yes.
Okay.
So he's saying
you can make wudu, and the wudu would be valid, but the person would still be in the state of junub, and they need the ghusl to pray still.
Correct.
And one thing that comes to mind for me in this situation is, well, never mind. I guess that question would be, I was gonna say, like, then they can make wudu and then make ghusl. Ghusl is gonna cover wudu as well anyway, so, but they really have to make ghusl to be able to pray if they have sexual impurity.
Correct.
That's what I'm understanding.
That's correct. Now you might wonder why somebody would do that, and the general reason is to lighten the impurity, to make oneself less impure. Meaning he doesn't want to do a ghusl yet, but he doesn't want to just be as impure as he is, so he makes wudu to lighten his impurity. And he still can't pray until he does a ghusl. Also, for your information, I share with you as I learn, this is also good for the one who wants to Be intimate with his wife another time, yani another round. So, and he doesn't want to do a ghusl, but he can make wudu. طيب. So now I just want to add something for you here quickly. He says that there's other conditions sometimes, like when a person has the leakage problem, such as incontinence of urine, incontinence of blood, that the person, what the Sheikh mentioned is, has to wait for the prayer time to come in. The prayer time to come in. So that's correct statement, but it is not broadest statement. Broadest statement is to say he needs to wait for the time to come in, meaning the time for whatever he needs the purification for. The time for whatever he needs the purification for. What he might need purification for. He might need purification not only for prayer, maybe for tawaf around the Kaaba, maybe for delivering the khutbah. So, whenever the time of what needs purification comes in, that's when the person with the leakage problem makes purification. But the way the Sheikh worded it here is the prayer time. And that's the way a lot of the books mention it, especially when it's lower level book, because this is easier for the beginners like ourselves to comprehend, to just say the prayer time at first. But if you want the broadest way, what the rule really is, more abstractly, it is you need to wait for, when you have such a leakage problem, you have to wait for the time for whatever you need the purification for to come in. So if you have a question, go ahead and ask, please. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, the author, may Allah have mercy upon him, said, وفروض الوضوء ستة أشياء. Here we are. There are 6 obligations of wudu, or we could say, the obligations of wudu are the obligations of wudu are 6 things. That's what he said. وَفُرُوضُ الْوُضُوءِ سِتَّةُ أَشْيَاء. The obligations of wudu are 6 things. الشرح. So this is as much as we are explaining yet. الشرح, the explanation. الفروض جمع فرض. Furud, obligations, is the plural of farud, obligation. وهو والواجب مترادفان. And this word, farud, as well as the Arabic word wajib, are synonyms. So we could say the obligations, and we might say the mandatory things. Those are synonyms. إلا في بعض أحكام الحج, except in some of the Hajj rules, Here, when the author says except in some of the Hajj rules, and he doesn't say more here, so he is talking about the Shafi'i school and not more. Here, the author's statement does not signal to the Hanafi school, who also make a difference between farud and wajib. Here, Sheikh didn't do it. Yani, this would be, since talking about the difference between, or the meaning of fard and wajib, this would be a place to do it. Here, he didn't do it. So he stuck to the Shafi'i school. And he merely said, in explanation of when Abu Shuja said, the furud, obligations of wudu, are 6 things, that the furud is plural of farud, obligation, and wajib is a synonym for farud, so they both mean obligation, except in some of the rules of Hajj in the Shafi'i school, yani not more than rules of Hajj in Shafi'i school. In the Shafi'i school, the difference between farud and wajib does not go beyond the chapter of Hajj only. It is in the chapter of Hajj, and that's all. Everywhere else, farud and wajib means same. In all other chapters of knowledge in fiqh, farud and wajib mean the same thing in the Shafi'i school. He didn't make any signal to the Hanafi school, who have a broader application than that. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, the author, may Allah have mercy upon him, said, النية عند غسل الوجه, the intention. Here, the intention. That's all we have in this English translation. And in the Arabic, النية, the intention. So, عند غسل الوجه, we can add that. There are various copies of Abu Shuja. Don't forget, I'm not a fast typer in Arabic though. Make dua for me to be fast, inshallah. So, النية عند غسل الوجه. This is not wrong here, but we're just going to adjust the copy. The intention upon washing the face. But you can just say the intention. That's in some copies of Abu Shuja. And then when you explain, you're going to say the intention, which is going to be while washing the face. And in some copies of Abu Shuja, it mentions the intention upon washing the face. And that's what our Shaykh is explaining here. He's going that way. النية عند غسل الوجه, the intention upon washing the face. الشرح, the explanation. الأول من فروض الوضوء النية بتشديد الياء وتخفيفها. The first of the obligations of the wudu is the niyyah, the intention. With a doubled ya and with a single ya, meaning you can say niyyah and you can say niyyah, intention. وَالْمَقْصُودُ الْجَزْمُ بِفِعْلِهِ, what's intended is for a person to have resolve to be determined to perform it. كأن ينوي فرائض الوضوء, like such an intention would be like intending the obligations of wudu. أو الوضوء, or intending merely wudu. أو استباحة الصلاة, or intending permitting prayer. If you want, licensing the prayer. أو نحو ذلك, or the likes of that. Any such valid intentions. ومحلها عند الشافعي عند إصابة الماء الوجه, and its mahal. He's using the word mahal here to mean what? Time. Its mahal, its time, according to Ash-Shafi'i, is عند أصابة الوجه الماء الوجه, is when the water contacts the face. Yes, so there, that's valid. Mahal is ism makan or ism zaman, the name of a time or the name of a place. If we were to say place here, it would mean time. Its place, according to the Shafi'is, is when the water touches the face, meaning it's time. وَمَنْ لَمْ يَنْوِ فِي تِلْكَ الْحَالَةِ لَمْ يَصِحَّ وُضُوءُهُ. And anyone who did not intend in that situation, like that, then his wudu is not valid. إِلَّا أَنْ يُعِيدَ غُسْلَهُ إِلَّا أَنْ يُعِيدَ غَسْلَهُ مَعَ النِّيَّةِ, not unless he repeats washing that with an intention. What's a wash, by the way? A wash is a wave. A wash is a wave. Let me know if that's not clear for you. أما في مذهب الإمام مالك وأحمد فتصح نيته إذا نوى قبل غسل وجهه بقليل. As for in the legal school of Imam Malik and that of Imam Ahmad, it is valid for one to have his intention. One's intention is valid if he intended before washing his face briefly, yani shortly, just before, a moment before, yani a little bit. The word moment is ambiguous. Biqalil, by a little bit. Don't forget, you want to understand fiqh well, you need to understand gray area, what gray area means, and that's going to help you in your life too. Meaning, gray area cannot be confusing for you. Don't be someone who does not understand if it is not spelled out to you to the exact decimal. So there's not exact decimal here. It will be valid. One's intention is valid if he made an intention to wash his face ahead of washing his face by a little bit. There's ambiguity in there. Comprehend that ambiguity. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, the author, may Allah have mercy upon him, said, وغسل الوجه, washing the face. الشرح الثاني من فروض الوضوء غسل الوجه. The explanation is that the second of the obligations of wudu is washing the face. لقوله تعالى, because of what God said, exalted is He. فاغسلوا وجوهكم, wash your faces. ويجب استيعابه, it is obligatory to get the whole thing, the entire face. فإن ترك منه شيئا لم يصح الوضوء. If one neglected any amount of the face, then the wudu will not be valid. وهو عرض ما بين الأذنين وطولا من منبت الشعر عادة إلى ما أقبل من الذقن. Here, just you know this. It is in width, broadness, yani across. It is from the ear to the ear, and it is in tul, in height, from the normal hairline, from the normal hairline, to, what did the Sheikh say? The front of the chin. Nice. There's next detail here. Nice detail. How we usually hear it, to the chin, from the normal hairline to the chin. Sheikh says, إِلَى مَا أَقْبَلَ مِنَ الذَّقَنِ, to the front of the chin. That means what's in front of you. Like if you're talking to a person, what do you see? You see his face. So, from your vision, what do you see? From his hairline down to his chin. So that's the front there, down to there. Keep that in mind for the sister who's covering her chin. That's for her too. Question, does not include the ear, but just ear to ear. Correct. The ear itself is part of the head, outside of the face. Yes, so take that to the front of the chin. فَلَا يَجِبُ غَسْلُ أَسْفَلِ الذَّقَنِ, therefore it is not obligatory to wash the bottom of the chin. Nice detail. Allahu yarham al-shaykh. Ameen wa feekum. Therefore, one does not have to wash the bottom of the chin. وَالذَّقَنُ هُوَ مُلْتَقَى اللَّحْيَيْنِ. The chin is the merger of the jawbones. The merger where the two jawbones fuse. وَالشَّعَرُ النَّابِتُ عَلَيْهِ يُسَمَّى اللِّحْيَةِ. And the hair that grows upon it is called lihya. The hair that grows upon the chin. Upon the chin. Yes, alayhi al-dhaqan. Not alayhima al-lahyain. The hair that grows upon the chin is called lihya, beard. What other creature has lihya? Goat. And maybe some other creatures too have lihya. ويغسل من العينين ما يظهر عند إطباق الجفن. I don't know, maybe jinn might have lihya too. ويغسل من العينين ما يظهر عند إطباق الجفن. And one washes of the eyes. What do you have to get concerning your eyes? What is on the outside when closing the eyelids? Or I could say, what appears? What appears when closing the eyelids? I think outside is a good word here. وَيَغْسِلُ الْحَاجِبَيْنِ. And he must wash the eyebrows. The eyebrows, which are the sun barriers. The eyebrows are the sun barriers, the hajibain. That's why when it's sunny, you squint like that, use your eyebrows to block the sun. Wal ahdab, and one must wash his eyelashes. Washaribain, and one must wash the mustache, the hair that drinks with him, that hair that drinks with him, the one that's on his upper lip. ظاهرا وباطنا, he must wash the outside and the inside of all those mentioned hairs. وإن كانت كثة, even if these hairs were thick. Yani a person has bushy eyebrows. You cannot see the skin through his eyebrows. He must wash through them. Also, maybe has bushy mustache. MashaAllah. I don't know how some men do it. For me, it seems like it's going to tickle the nose. أما لحية الرجل ففيها تفصيل. Now, as for a man's beard, there's detail in it. So when we say man, means we're not talking about what? Two cases, the woman or the hermaphrodite. When we say man here, then we are excluding the woman and the hermaphrodite. The hermaphrodite's either a man or a woman. It's not a third kind. But we don't know what this person is. He doesn't know what he is also. He himself doesn't know his own gender, according to religious rules. We're not talking about this one, we're talking about the man. If he has a beard, فإن كانت كثيفة كفى غسل الظاهر. If that were thick, the man's beard, then it's enough to wash the outside. Then it's enough to wash the outside of the beard. Or, according to some, this means then it's enough to wash the front of the beard. The front of the beard. That's two different sayings. The outside, yani al-zahir, talking about the beard here. Zahir means apparent. What's apparent of the beard? What does this mean? It could mean the outside of the beard, and it could mean the front of the beard. Those are two different sayings. Outside of the beard means even the part that's across from your neck. Even the part that's across from your neck, that's across from your chest. Like, what if you had a beard, your beard goes down to your chest? So you have a side of it that's, if someone's talking to you, he's going to see that side. And you have a side of the beard which is on your chest and your neck. So some say all of that is the outside of the beard, as opposed to the inside. So the outside versus the inside. So according to a saying, you have to wash the outside of the beard. كَفَى غَسْلُ الظَّاهِرِ. And according to a saying, you have to wash the front of the beard. So the front of the beard means what appears to a person who's talking. So then you're just going to wash that like that. And then that's enough to get that whole outside. If you have a question, go ahead, please. وإن كانت خفيفة وجب غسل ظاهرها وباطنها مع البشرة. If the beard were thin, then washing the inside and the outside would be obligatory with the skin too. والخفيفة ما ترى البشرة من تحتها في مجلس التخاطب. And a thin beard is defined as that through which the skin is seeable in the session of address, yani at normal conversation distance. والنزعتان وهما من حصر عنه الشعر في جانبي الناصية من الرأس لا يدخلان في الوجه. Yes. Now, and the two النزعتان, it means the two receding sides, the two receding spots. This means on the sides of your head. So you know how you get it, if you get it, what we call shape up, or some people call line up. So if you're getting shape up, right, it goes across your forehead, he goes down, and he's following your line. So he goes across your forehead, right there when it first goes down, right there. So there's a corner right there. That corner there. So that very first corner right there on your hairline, when your hairline turns down, that whole corner right there, that's part of the head, not the face. That corner is what they call the naz'atan, the two receding spots. The two receding spots. Let me know if that's not clear for you. That's part of the head, not the face. فَلَا يَجِبُ غَسْلُهُمَا مَعَهُ. So it's not obligatory to wash that with the face. وَيُسَنُّ تَعَهُدُ مُوقِ الْعَيْنِ عند غسل الوجه إن لم يكن عليه جامد يمنع وصول الماء وإلا وجب. Okay. I'm not sure the best way to translate that word by word, but what it means is, yes, I remember. It is sunnah. It is the prophetic way to wash in the corner of the eye, to get the corner of the eye, to be acquainted with. Yani, that's my attempt to translate ta'ahud. To get acquainted with the corner of the eye. What's meant here is wash. To wash in the corner of the eye there. Talk about the corner closest to the nose. عند غسل الوجه, when washing the face, that's the sunnah. إن لم يكن عليه جامد, if there's no crust there, يمنع وصول الماء, crust that blocks the water from reaching the skin, which that is its judgment. The judgment of the crust of the eye is that it blocks the water. وإلا وجب, if there were crust there, it's obligatory. Crust that blocks the water, it's obligatory to remove it. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, the author, may Allah have mercy upon him, said, وغسل اليدين إلى المرفقين, and washing the hands with the elbows. So we have here in this copy, we're translating وغسل اليدين مع المرفقين. That is present in some of the copies of Abu Shuja. Now I really don't want to go and start changing the Arabic here, which I did one sentence. Here, let me do something. The intention here, upon washing the face, I'm going to just put that in parentheses. That's in some copies. Upon washing the face, that's in some copies. I'll even put footnote here. According to some copies. And let me also adjust the Arabic too. As now that I think about it, I don't want to start changing the, because I don't want to have a copy that's a blend of different versions. So I won't do it that way, inshallah. النية عند غسل الوجه يعني according to some copies. And I'll leave the Arabic alone for now, unless there's a blunder in there. So here it says washing the hands with the elbows. Yes, ma, with. That is in some copies of Abu Shuja. And our Shaykh here, this copy that he's explaining, وَغَسْلُ الْيَدَيْنِ إِلَى الْمِرْفَقَيْنِ, and washing the hands to the elbows. As for when it says ma'a, with the elbows, that's what some Shafi'is say. That's how to explain ila in the ayah. Ila al-marafiq, to the elbows. The Shafi'is, they say ila in the ayah means ma'a, with, including, yani up to and including. So therefore, in their books, a lot of times, when they talk about wudu, they say ma'a, with, and not ila, although the word ila is what's in the ayah. So he says, washing the hands with the elbows. Ash-sharh, the explanation. الركن الثالث غسل اليدين إلى المرفقين. The third integral is washing the hands to the elbows. لقوله تعالى, because of what God said, exalted is He. وأيديكم إلى المرافق, and your hands to the elbows, or your arms to the elbows. Your yeds, yed in Arabic can mean hand and it can mean arm. وأيديكم, your yeds, إلى المرافق, to the elbows. فيجب تعميم ذلك, so it's obligatory to get the entire thing, that whole forearm. بشرا وشعرا, skin and hair, وإن كثف, even if it's a thick hair, like a very bushy hair on your forearms. وظفرا, and also nails. وإن طال, even if they are long. ويدا زائدة, and an extra hand. إن نبتت في محل فرض, if this extra hand grew in the boundaries of the obligation. Meaning, you had an extra hand growing out of your forearm, then you have to wash that. But if you had an extra arm growing out of your shoulder, then you don't have to wash that extra arm that's growing out of your shoulder unless it gets to an elbow. So anything that is elbow length from the shoulder or more, you have to wash it. Let me know if that's not clear for you. Talking here about an extra arm here. وأما الوسخ الذي تحت. Sorry.
Yes. Sorry. If the extra arm is the elbow to hand, then you have to wash it. But if it's above the elbow, then you would not have to wash it.
Yeah, that's right. Yani, whatever is in the boundary of the obligation, you have to wash it. So it's either
Okay,
going to come, yeah, whatever's in the boundary of the obligation, you have to wash that. So if the extra hand sprouted from the elbow, so basically means it has like a third arm. If the extra hand sprouted from the elbow, then from the shoulder, not the elbow. Did I say elbow the first time? If the extra hand sprouted from the shoulder.
First time you said shoulder.
Okay. If the extra hand sprouted from the shoulder, then if it doesn't reach the length of the elbow, then he doesn't have to wash any of that. But anything that gets to the length of the elbow, then he has to wash from there. All the way to is if he had a whole third arm. What if he had a whole one side has two arms, all the way down to the fingers? Then he has to wash both his elbows and like if he had two left hands, he has to wash both of them and the elbows of both of them, and the forearms of both of those. That's what we are saying here.
I understand now. It's clear. I wasn't sure because you said length, but now I understand. You're saying like if there was a short hand growing out of the shoulder, then no. But if it was a long arm growing out of
Yeah.
the shoulder that came down past the elbow, then they would
Yes.
have to wash that too.
Correct. Yeah. Or
Okay.
if that extra hand were growing out of the forearm, if it were sprouting out of the forearm, he has to wash it
Right.
because it's in the
Right. Okay.
boundary of the obligation.
Okay.
وأما الوسخ الذي تحت الظفر. As for the dirt under the nail, فقال بعضهم يعفى عنه في الوضوء. Some said it is excused in wudu. That means if you didn't remove it and you just made wudu while it was present, then your wudu is valid. وقال بعضهم لا يعفى عنه. And some said it is not excused. So according to that, if the dirt under the nails blocks the water, then you must remove it. ومعنى, and it's clear for you when we say some said this and some said that, we're only talking about Shafi'i school here. ومعنى غسل اليدين إلى المرفقين. ومعنى غسل اليدين إلى المرافق. And the meaning of washing the hands إلى to the elbows is a مع المرافق, means with the elbows. كما في قوله تعالى, just as in what God said, exalted is He. من أنصاري إلى الله. الآية 8. من أنصاري مع الله. Meaning, the word ila in the ayat of wudu means, so literally, it's going to be translated as to. Ila in Arabic language has the meaning of where you end at, where you end at. So to. You say, I'm going to such and such place. That's where I'm going to end at. So, ila in the ayah to, it means ma'a, with. So it means washing the forearms to the elbows, meaning with the elbows, including the elbows. Okay. Then he gave another ayah to substantiate this. He says here, like in another verse of the Quran, where the word ila means ma'a, and it's this ayah. Man ansari ilallah. This verse is citing Jesus, that Jesus said to the people, Man ansari ilallah. Yani he said it in his own language. It means, who will support me besides God? Besides God, meaning God supports me, Jesus was saying to them. God supports me. Who else will support me? That's what he's saying. Who will support me? With God, yani besides God. So it's just something pointing out something in the language here. Like that, when the word ila was meaning ma'a about what Jesus said, also in the verse about wudu, it means like that. أيمن أنصاري مع الله فقدر الواجب من رؤوس الأصابع إلى المرفقين. The amount of the obligation is from the tips of the fingers to the elbows. فهما داخلان. Both elbows are included. فلو غسل ما قبلهما. So if one washed what's after them. وتركهما لم يصح الوضوء. And he left those out, those elbows, then his wudu is not valid. ولو غسل شيئا من الكفين ثم تمضمض ثم استنشق وغسل الوجه وغسل اليدين ما سوى الكفين إلى المرفقين لم يصح وضوءه. And if someone, and he had someone washed some of his hands, just the two hands from the wrist, And then he sipped the water and sniffed the water. And then he washed his face. And then he washed his arms, including his elbows, without washing his hands. His wudu is not valid. Those are the jewels that Sheikh is depositing here in this explanation of Abu Shuja. Nice. Yeah, I don't, from the few explanations of Abu Shuja that I've seen, I didn't see any that had this mas'ala here. I can review and see if any of them do. What he's saying here? Yes. So here's the scenario. Scenario is a person washed his hands to start wudu. Just his hands. Sunnah. Then he sipped the water into his mouth. And he sniffed the water into his nose. Then he washed his face. And then he washed his arms from his wrists, including his elbows. From his wrists, including his elbows. And did not wash his hands. His wudu is not valid. Is that clear? وَالْبَدْءُ بِالْأَصَابِعِ أَفْضَلُ مِنَ الْبَدْءِ مِنَ الْمَرَافِقِ. And starting with the fingers is better than starting with the elbows. فَإِنَّ إِلَى لِلْإِنْتِهَاءِ. Because indeed the word ila in the ayah is for an ending point, not a starting point. What does the ayah say? وَأَيْدِيَكُمْ إِلَى الْمَرَافِقِ. And your hands to the elbows. So then the best way to wash is to wash the fingers from the fingertips to the elbows, not from the elbows to the fingertips. فإذا قيل في لغة العرب سرت من بيتي إلى المسجد فإن البيت هو بدء السير. If it were said in Arabic, this sentence that I just read to you, it would translate as I went or walked from my house to the masjid, then the house is the beginning of the walk. So, what he's saying here, he's saying, okay, that's sunnah. And he didn't say more, but he's signaling to something here, which is that he's saying, he's including in what he's saying, even if someone else is helping you make wudu, even if someone else is helping you make wudu, he's saying, even then, still better to start with the fingertips and go to the elbows, because the ayat itself says, ilal marafiq, to the elbows. And that means elbows is ending point. Is there any other talk? Yes. Some said, when you make wudu for yourself, the best is to start from your toes to your elbows, and from your fingers to your elbows, and from your toes to your ankles. When you're doing it for yourself, they said it's best to start from your fingers to your elbows, and from your toes to your ankles. But when someone does it for you, then it's best to go from the elbows to the fingers, and from the ankles to the toes. So that's a saying. And I learned that saying before. And I was saying that saying because I learned it. I was spreading it. It is a saying. But I didn't know that the Sheikh actually doesn't see that that is the way, although that saying, it made its way to us through some of our Sheikhs. The Sheikh is saying, no, not that way. Either way, whether you're doing it for yourself or someone's helping you, wash from the tips to the elbows and from the toes to the ankles, either way, because of the ayah. Then you will be in most compliance with the ayat of the Quran. Fa'idah, benefit. يجوز في المرفق وجهان فيقال مرفق والمرفق وهو مجموع ثلاث عظام. Benefit concerning the word mirfaq, which means elbow. There's two ways you can say it. You can say marfiq, elbow, or you can say mirfaq, elbow. وهو مجموع ثلاث عظام, and the elbow, the mirfaq, it is the total of three bones. It is the sum of three bones, the elbow. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, said the author, may Allah have mercy upon him, ومسح بعض الرأس, wiping some of the head. So here we are. الشرح الرابع من فروض الوضوء مسح بعض الرأس. The explanation is that the fourth obligation of wudu is wiping some of the head. يسمى بما يسمى مسحا, by doing what is called wiping. ولو بعض بشرة رأسه, even upon some of the skin of his head. أو بعض شعر أو بعض شعرة من رأسه, or wiping some of the hair on his head. So even part of a hair. فيصدق قوله بعض الرأس على ما إذا مسح بعض شعرة واحدة مما لا يخرج عن حد الرأس إذا مد. So, applicable to what the author said when he said some of the head is wiping even some of a single hair, amongst what does not extend beyond the boundaries of the head when stretched out. أما لو مسح الطرف الخارج من حد الرأس, as for someone wiping the edge that is outside of the borders of the head, كشعرة نازلة على جبهته, like wiping a hair that falls upon his forehead, they call that bangs, yani where I'm from, لم يصح, then it's not valid. بخلاف ما لو مسح القدر الذي في حد الرأس, as opposed to wiping the amount that is within the boundary of the head, فيكفي, that's enough. ولو قطر الماء على رأسه أجزأه, and had the water dripped upon his head without him wiping it, that's sufficient. It will have fulfilled the obligation of wiping the head. وَدَلِيلُهُ قَوْلُهُ تَعَالَى, and its evidence is what the Exalted One said, وَامْسَحُوا بِرُؤُوسِكُمْ, wipe upon your heads. وَمَا رَوَاهُ Muslim, and also its evidence is what Muslim narrated, أنه صلى الله عليه وسلم توضأ فمسح بناصيته على عمامته, that he صلى الله عليه وسلم made wudu and he wiped upon his forelock. وعلى عمامته, and then he wiped upon his turban. That means forelock, what yani the hair over his forehead. He had a tuft of hair out and his turban on his head. So he wiped his forelock and then wiped upon his turban. فالباء في الآية عند الشافعية للتبعيض. Therefore, the ba in this ayah, وامسحوا برؤوسكم, be. So one might translate that ba as by or with. Here is probably going to get translated as upon. Wipe upon your heads, the back. The Shaykh is saying, according to the Shafi'is, this back here means لِلتَبْعِيض. It is for partitioning, meaning making something into segments. So it means wipe upon some of your head. Wipe upon a portion of your head. That's how the Shafi'is explain the back in biru'usikum. Wipe upon your heads. Yani wipe some of your heads. فَإِنْ قِيلَ فِي آيَةِ التَّيَمُّمِ كَذَلِكَ. But if it were said, if someone were to make an argument and say, wait a minute, That's also though in the ayah of tayammum when it says famsahu biwujuhikum, wipe biwujuhikum, your faces. So the same bat is there. Here's the ayah of wudu. Wamsahu biru'usikum, wipe your heads. Here's the ayah of tayammum. Wamsahu biwujuhikum, wipe your faces. So someone's saying, this just like that. Look how close they are. Do you say in tayammum you only have to wipe some of your face? Like you say about wudu, you only have to wipe some of your head? While the wording is identical? Those are the types of things these scholars debated. فالجواب وجب التعميم في التيمم مع أن آيته كهذه الآية لثبوته بالسنة. The answer is that the wiping the entire face in tayammum is obligatory, not part of it. Although it is worded similar to how the ayah of wiping the head is worded, because it is confirmed in the sunnah that you must wipe the entire face for tayammum. Whereas we got evidence from the sunnah that you don't have to wipe the entire head in wudu. We just gave the hadith that the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, he wiped upon his forelock. That's his head there. And then he wiped upon the rest of his turban. Why? Not because it's a condition, but just to fulfill the sunnah. That's what you do if you want to get the sunnah while having headgear and you don't want to take your headgear off. You have one headgear that you don't want to remove, but you also want to do the sunnah of wiping the entire head, then wipe some of your head and then wipe over your headgear. This hadith proves that you only have to wipe some of the head. And therefore, the ba' and the ayah about wiping the head in wudu is for partitioning, making segments. And if you were to ask, how is that when the ayah about tayammum is identical to that about wiping the face, but you have to wipe the whole face in tayammum, so what made you make the difference? The answer is because it is confirmed in the sunnah for tayammum that you must wipe the entire face. Just like it's confirmed in the sunnah that you can wipe part of the head. Let me know if you have any question there, please. The author says, rahimahullah, قال المؤلف رحمه الله وغسل الرجلين إلى الكعبين وغسل الرجلين إلى الكعبين, and washing the feet to the ankles. And the translation we have, washing the feet with the ankles, مع الكعبين, yani according to some copies of Abu Shuja. الشرح, the explanation. الخامس من الفروض غسل الرجلين إلى الكعبين. The fifth of the obligations is washing the feet to the ankles. لقوله تعالى, because of what the Exalted One said. وأرجلكم إلى الكعبين, and your feet to the ankles. أي مع الكعبين, meaning including the ankles. وهما العظمان الناتئان من جانبي الرجل, and the ankles are the two protruding bones on the sides of the foot. عند مفصل الساق والقدم, at the joint of the shin and the foot. So it's like a hinge there. Every foot has two ankles. فلو ترك الكعبين في الغسل لم يصح. And so had one left out wiping the ankles in the washing, then it's not valid. وَكَذَا لَوْ تَرَكَ لُمْعَةً مِنَ الْقَدَمِ, and likewise, if he leaves us a dry spot on the foot, لَمْ يَصِحَّ وُضُوءُهُ, his wudu won't be valid. حَتَّى يَعُودَ وَيَغْسِلَ تِلْكَ اللُّمْعَةِ, not until he comes back and washes that spot. أما من شك هل غسل رجله أم لا. As for when someone doubts if he washed his foot or not, بعد أن فرغ من الوضوء, after completing wudu, after he done wudu, after getting out of wudu, after finishing. That's important detail. That detail makes all the difference here. He doubted after he completed the wudu, فَإِنَّ ذَلِكَ لَا يُؤَثِّرُ, then that does not have any effect. Well, but what if he doubted while he was still making wudu? Did he wash his feet yet? Then he must wash the foot. Because he's still involved in the action. I think he's coming now. I'm about to get ahead of the sheikh. No. ثم الرجل في اللغة تطلق. Yeah. So here, sheikh only gave a part, and he left the other part to be mentioned by whoever is reading the book here. So he said, if someone doubted about washing his foot after he finished his wudu, then uh, that's harmless. He's not obligated to go back and wash anything. Why? Because there's a rule, a very important rule, which is istishabul asl, resorting to the origin. I saw some nice translations for this phrase here. Maybe better than what I'm saying. Resorting to the origin, very important rule here. This rule is based on a very important thing for an intelligent Muslim, not to use doubt as evidence. Do not use doubt as evidence. Very important. What that means, to get used to it so that it becomes a part of you. What are we saying here? We're saying a person, he made wudu. He was making wudu in the bathroom, for example, then he finished doing everything and he left out of the bathroom. Now, leaving out the bathroom means he's done. Okay. Then, after that, he doubted, did I wash my foot? Now, he's not obligated to go back and wash his foot. He deems that his wudu is done and he prays. He never became sure. He never became sure. Then he just prays like he is. And don't go back and wash your foot here, because that's the trap of the devil right there. Just stick to the rule here. Don't say, now I'm going to go wash my foot just to be sure. That's exactly what the devil wants you to do right there. Because it means the rule is not good enough for you. That's all he needs for you. If he sees from you that the rule is not good enough for you, then he's going to try to get you from there. Why is that the rule? Because you adhere to the origin. What is the origin in this case? The origin in this case that you would not have stopped had you not finished. Right? Had you not finished, you would have stayed there and completed your wudu. So when you walked away because you were done, then that's because you were finished. So now you only have a doubt that you didn't wash your foot. You're not sure. So since you only have a doubt, then do not use that doubt as evidence to go back and wash your foot. Rather, use the fact that you would not have stopped had you not finished. Use that for you to stay firm and just go pray. And mind what I am telling you here. This is very important if you want to escape the whispers of the devil. And also if you want to get used to religious rules. Religious rules. Fiqh. Practice the fiqh. Okay. But what if you were still making wudu and you doubt it? Then you need to wash whatever you're doubting about. Same thing for ghusl. Same thing for the prayer. You said the salam and you said the salam. It means it's over now. Then you doubt it. Not sure. Not that you're sure. You doubt it if you miss something. Khalas. Ignore the doubt. What if you are still praying and then you doubt it? Did you make ruku' or not? Or did you make sujood or not? Then you must do it. Why? What makes the difference here? Am I not now taking the doubt as a proof? No. Now there's still something you're certain about. You're not taking the doubt as a proof. You're still doing the deed and then you doubt it. So you go and do the part you're doubting about. Are you not taking the doubt as a proof? No, you're not. Rather, you're using something else as your basis that you want to stick to, which is the origin of your ruku' doesn't exist, is that it doesn't exist. The origin of your foot washing is that it doesn't exist. The origin of washing your organ in ghusl is that it doesn't exist. That's its origin. So while you are still engaged in the prayer, you didn't get out of the prayer, and then you doubted if you made your ruku', you say, I doubt if I made ruku', so maybe I did, maybe I didn't. And the origin is that I didn't, because the origin is that it doesn't exist until I do it. So based on that origin, then I must do it while I am still in this prayer. I'm doubting if I washed an organ in wudu, and I'm still now in wudu, engaged in the act of wudu, then I'm not going to take the doubt as a proof to make me wash that part. Rather, I'm going to take the certainty of the fact that that washing is not existing originally. I am doubting if it came into existence. What I'm doubting about is if it even came into existence. What I'm sure of is that it didn't exist fundamentally. Now I'm doubting if it came into existence, so now I need to do it since I'm still engaged in this worship. Once I get out of the worship and then I doubt, then I don't have to worry anymore because then it's a different origin. Now the origin became that I wouldn't have walked away, for example, I wouldn't have said salam, I wouldn't have turned off the water, etc., had I not been done. So if I doubt after that, I'm just ignoring it. Let me know if you have any question there, please. The explainer says, ثم الرجل في اللغة تطلق على ما يشمل القدم والساق إلى آخر الفخذ. Furthermore, the word rijl that we've been translating as foot, it does in the Arabic language apply to what includes the foot and the shin all the way to the end of the thigh, yani the whole leg. لكنه لا يجب إلا غسل القدم فقط. However, it is not obligatory to wash anything but the foot only. ويدخل فيما يجب غسله, and included in what is obligated to wash is شقوق القدم, the cracks in the foot. فمن كان في قدمه شقوق من برد وغيره وجب أن يصيبها الماء. So anyone who has cracks in his feet due to the cold or the likes, then it's obligatory that water contacts that. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, the author, may Allah have mercy upon him, said, وَالتَّرْتِيبُ عَلَى مَا ذَكَرْنَاهُ, and the order according to what we have stated. So, good review here so far. The amount of information, I think most of the information that's being said, you're familiar with it. So that's good for you. Alhamdulillah. Yani use this to gauge where you are. Use this marathon here to gauge where you are in these matters. Because this is not lowest level here. This is not highest level. We can go higher, more details. We can go lower. So this is for many of you. Not that I'm not a layman. I am really in reality a layman. And some of you are. Yani, therefore also layman. So for many of you, this is good gauge for you. This is a good level for you of knowledge. So وَالتَّرْتِيبُ عَلَى مَا ذَكَرْنَاهُ, and the order, the sequence, according to what we have stated or mentioned. I could say mentioned here. ذَكَرْنَاهُ. A mentioning is brief. I didn't know that. Someone showed me that the word mention in English means brief, a statement that has brevity. Like you say something, you mention something in passing, so it means brief. This is brief, this is a summary. Compare this chapter of wudu, the integrals of wudu, here to the way it is in the summary of obligatory knowledge. The summary of obligatory knowledge has way more words than this. Ash-sharhu, the explanation. الركن السادس ترتيب أفعال الوضوء. The sixth integral is the sequence of the actions of wudu. من النية إلى غسل الرجلين, from the intention to washing the feet. لأن النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم لم يتوضأ إلا مرتبا, because the Prophet صلى الله عليه وسلم did not make wudu but in order. ولقوله صلى الله عليه وسلم, meaning that's a proof from the sunnah, saying because the Prophet only made wudu in order, that's a proof from the sunnah for the order. Is there proof for the order in the ayat itself? Let's see what the Shaykh has for us. Here we just mentioned a proof from the sunnah for the order. The Prophet ﷺ only made wudu in order. That's a proof for Shafi'i, it's not a proof for all the scholars. وَلِقَوْلِهِ صَلَّى اللَّهُ عَلَيْهِ وَسَلَّمَ ابْدَأُوا بِمَا بَدَأَ اللَّهُ بِهِ, and because the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam said, start with what Allah started. So that's also a proof from the sunnah for the order in wudu. فَيَجِبُ أَنْ يَغْسِلَ الْوَجْهَ أَوَّلًا, so it is obligatory to wash the face first, or firstly, ثُمَّ الْيَدَيْنِ, then the hands, ثُمَّ يَمْسَحُ الرَّأْسِ, then to wipe the head, ثُمَّ يَغْسِلُ الرِّجْلَيْنِ, then to wash the feet. فَلَوْ خَالَفَ التَّرْتِيبِ, so if one went against the sequence, كَأَنْ قَدَّمَ غَسْلَ الرِّجْلِ عَلَى غَسْلِ الْيَدِ لَمْ يَصِحْ, like advancing the washing of the foot ahead of the washing of the hand, then it is not valid. Meaning the washing of the foot won't be valid. The hand will be valid after he washes the foot, if he already washed his face, because it fell in its own order after the face. He's going to have to wash the feet again. That's the meaning there. When it says lam yasih, that's the meaning there. Not that all his wudu is not valid. What he's saying is what went out of order is not valid. And that's all the Shaykh mentioned here for the sequence. And he did not state proof from the ayah for the sequence of wudu. There is, according to Ash-Shafi'i, evidence in the ayah for the order of wudu. What's the ayah, by the way? Here's the ayah. فَاغْسِلُوا وُجُوهَكُمْ, wash your faces. وَأَيْدِيَكُمْ إِلَى الْمَرَافِقِ, and your hands to the elbows. وَامْسَحُوا بِرُؤُوسِكُمْ, and wipe some of your heads. وَأَرْجُلِكُمْ, or وَأَرْجُلَكُمْ إِلَى الْكَعْبَيْنِ, there's two recitations, and your feet to the ankles. So someone might say, where's the order? And where's the intention? There's four things there. Is Abu Hanifa right? He said four integrals of wudu. There's four things in this ayah. Shafi'i said six. Where did those other two come from? As Shafi'i said, well, the intention has proof from the sunnah, so that's five. And the order has proof also, not only from the sunnah, also from the Quran, according to Ash-Shafi'i. Where's the proof for the order of wudu in the ayah? Shafi'i says, this ayah is a presentation of the obligation of wudu only. There is nothing in this ayah about wudu that pertains to the optional deeds of wudu. Nothing. There's nothing in the ayah that signals to anything optional in the wudu. Everything in this ayah about the wudu is obligatory, so it follows then that the sequence that is presented is also an obligation. Yes, the ayah is Suratul Ma'idah, ayah 6. And you didn't hear when I just recited it? You didn't hear when I just recited it? Or you need me to recite it?
I heard it.
Okay. Yes. And also, as Shafi'i says, in the same realm there, that in the speech of the Arabs, you don't mention different types of things mixed up, shuffled, jumbled. Rather, in the Arabic language, you mention different types of things in their own categories, unless there's a reason to shuffle them, unless there is a reason to mix them. Here in this ayah, there's two types of things: a washed type and a wiped type. Out of the four things mentioned in the ayah, there's a washed type, that's three out of the four, and a wiped type, that's the one of the four. And the wiped one is not even mentioned first or last. Rather, the wiped one is mentioned in the middle. فَاغْسِلُوا وُجُوهَكُمْ, wash your faces. وَأَيْدِيَكُمْ إِلَى الْمَرَافِقِ, and your hands to the elbows, meaning wash them. وَامْسَحُوا بِرُؤُوسِكُمْ, wipe your heads. وَأَرْجُلَكُمْ إِلَى الْكَعْبَيْنِ, and wash your feet to the ankles. According to the recitation with Fathah, according to the recitation with the Kasra, still means wash, but we won't talk about that now. So there is proof for the sequence, according to the Shafi'is, in the Quran and the Sunnah. If you have any question, go ahead, please. The author says, Rahimahullah, قال المؤلف رحمه الله وسننه عشرة أشياء. Its recommended things are 10. So, how about we say, its prophetic recommendations, its sunan, are 10 things. So, this is where we are now. So we finished the integrals. Mubarak, congratulations. But Abu Shuja, what he did here was that he, according to this copy, I don't know if he has some different copies, if there are different copies of Abu Shuja that make the segment on the Sunan of Wudu a separate fasl, a separate section. But here, this copy and other copies, these two are blended into one fasl, one section, the integrals and the Sunan. But according to what his friend who requested from him to do, according to how his friend requested from him, if you remember the introduction, it would be appropriate that this is a separate fasl because his friend wanted him to make many categories. الشرح ليست المذكورات جميع السنن. The explanation, what is mentioned, meaning what shall be mentioned, the upcoming things are not all of the prophetic recommendations. فقد ترك المؤلف كثيرا من السنن. The author left out many prophetic recommendations. فلم يذكرها, and he did not mention them. Why? Because remember, his goal is to produce the ultimate summary. And so this is for the beginners like ourselves. May Allah have mercy on Abu Shuja. We have benefited greatly from his booklet. Next stop, inshallah, after Abu Shuja, Tuhfatul Tullab, inshallah ta'ala. Or, yani, it's metin. Maybe we'll do its metin first. And then we'll see how the sharh is after that, if we can get through it. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, said the author, may Allah have mercy upon him. At-tasmiyah, the tasmiyah, the naming of God. Some translations said the invocation or the invoking of God, meaning to say Bismillah. Ash-sharhu, the explanation. Tusannu at-tasmiyatu awwal al-wudu. Some said there's 50 sunan of wudu, by the way. So the author, he only wants to give us 10. Tusannu at-tasmiyatu awwal al-wudu. Naming God is a prophetic recommendation in the beginning of the wudu. وتحصل بقول بسم الله أو بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. It occurs by saying Bismillah or Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. فمن ترك التسمية في الوضوء كره. Whoever abandons the tasmiyah in the wudu, his wudu is disliked. So don't leave that out. This is amongst the things you want to, if you are lazy about that in your wudu, don't be lazy about it. This and the tripling in wudu. And how you're going to be lazy here is when you are making wudu in a bathroom only, not outside of a bathroom, and you don't want to step out for a moment to say Bismillah. So if you want, you can wash your hands, just step out, your hands are wet, and say Bismillah. Or you can take the water in your hands and then step out and then wash your hands outside and say Bismillah. It's okay if the water drips a little bit outside there on the floor, no problem. Inshallah, you have sins coming off of there. But even if you didn't do that, like I just told you, even if you just washed your hands in the bathroom, just stepped out and said Bismillah and then step back in, you got the sunnah. Or else if you want, make wudu in the kitchen so that you can say Bismillah freely. أما إذا نسي فيقول إذا تذكر وهو يتوضأ بسم الله أوله وآخره. As for if a person forgot to say the basmalah, then when he remembers, let him say while he's still making wudu, Bismillahi awwalahu wa akhirah. So all of that. Bismillahi awwalahu wa akhirah. Bismillah at its beginning and at its end. Says here if you forgot. Even if you did not forget, even if you left out the basmala on purpose, like you were in the bathroom and you felt lazy, so you did start your wudu without the basmala, but then you just said, no, it's only going to be one step out the bathroom. Let me stop depriving myself of this reward and let me not potentially slow down my progress to wilayah. I'll step out of this bathroom and say Bismillah and then step right back in. So you said it, although you initially skipped it on purpose. Still, say it while you're still making wudu and say Bismillahi awwalahu wa akhirah. Or even if you just say Bismillah. قال المؤلف رحمه الله وغسل الكفين قبل إدخالهما الإناء. The author, may Allah have mercy upon him, said washing the hands before inserting them in the container. الشرح أن غسل الكفين قبل إدخالهما الإناء سنة is that washing, the explanation is that washing the hands before inserting them into the container is a prophetic recommendation. So when we say container here, we're not talking about you making wudu from the faucet, from the open faucet. We're not talking about that. Even though it's still sunnah to say Bismillah and to wash your hands. But here we are talking in particular about using a container. So we also are not talking about if you're making wudu right from a stream or a river. So if you are making wudu from a container, then that water that's in that container, what do you call that? That wudu that's in that container, what do you call that? Who's going to tell me? Not Bilal though. 5, 4. It has no. We talk about the water. You're going to use that for wudu. This water in the container that you're using for wudu, what do you call that? Wudu. Yes, wudu. Keep the second you, just change the first one from wudu to wudu. Correct. So the explanation is that washing the hands before inserting them into the container is a prophetic practice, a prophetic recommendation. وَذَلِكَ قَبْلَ الْمَضْمَضَةِ, and that is before rinsing the mouth. لِقَوْلِهِ صَلَّى اللَّهُ عَلَيْهِ وَسَلَّمَ, because of the Prophet صلى الله عليه وسلم saying, إِذَا قَامَ أَحَدُكُم مِّن نَوْمِهِ فَلْيَغْسِلْ يَدَيْهِ قَبْلَ أَن يُدْخِلَهُمَا فِي الْإِنَاءِ ثَلَاثًا. When one of you stands from his sleep, yani when he wakes up, then let him wash his hands before inserting them into the container thrice. فَإِنَّهُ لَا يَدْرِي أَيْنَ بَاتَتْ يَدُهُ, for indeed he does not know where his hand spent the night. Exclamation point. متفق عليه. That hadith is agreed upon by Al-Bukhari and Muslim. That means at the highest levels of authenticity. فَيَغْسِلُهُمَا خَارِجَ الْإِنَاءِ ثَلَاثَ مَرَّاتٍ, and therefore one washes his hands outside of the container 3 times. So this means this container, he doesn't want to use that for washing his hands. He wants to use that container for the rest of his wudu. You're going to wash your hands 3 times before putting your hands into the container. So he washes them 3 times outside of the container. This is a good review for me. I just understood that even better. Seems so clear. That's why the review is so good. Yani, even the things that they were like as if they were clear for you, you can get more clarity. So when a person develops certain appreciation for the knowledge, he likes that extra clarity. Yani, that extra clarity makes him not mind hearing a lesson again, because he can hear something new on top. But some people, the extra clarity, they're not interested in it, so they don't want to listen to a lesson again. ثم يغمس للمضمضة والاستنشاق. Then, after that, he submerges his hands for the sipping and the sniffing. فإذا شك في طهارة يديه وغمسهما في ماء قليل كره. Now, when one is doubtful about the purity of his hands, are they filthy? And despite that, he immerses them into a small amount of water with this doubt, then this is disliked. أما في الكثير فلا يكره. But if it's a lot of water, it's not disliked. Like as a barrel, for example, which is a barrel that happens to have a lot of water in it. فإن كانتا طاهرتين يقينا لم يكره. And if they were certainly pure, then it's not disliked. rest. Like maybe he slept with rubber gloves on. He washed his hands before he slept. He put rubber gloves on, slept with his rubber gloves. He woke up and took his rubber gloves off. And he wants to insert his hands into the water. So he is certain that there is no najasa on his hands. If he inserts his hands into the water while he is certain of their purity, then it's not disliked. So this is a likely test question for you here, if you were getting a test here, because he just mentioned a few details. So you want to keep track of the branches. What did he say here? He said, when one is doubtful about the purity of his hands and he immerses them into a small amount of water, it's disliked. That's one detail. If it were a lot of water, it's not disliked. We're talking about he's doubting about the purity of his hands, and he immersed them into a lot of water, it's not disliked. And if they were pure with certainty, and he immersed them in a small amount of water without washing them first, it's not disliked. But it's still sunnah for him to wash his hands 3 times before starting. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, said the author, may Allah have mercy upon him, والمضمضة, rinsing the mouth. الشرح, the explanation. السنة الثالثة المضمضة, the third prophetic recommendation is what we are calling rinsing the mouth. And I didn't look into the linguistic meaning of madmadah. Madmadah. 2 dads there. And make sure you say both of them if you want a good pronunciation. Don't say madmadah, dal. Madmadah. لخبر أبي داود, due to the report of Abu Dawood, إذا توضأت فمضمض, which means when you make wudu, rinse the mouth. وهي جعل الماء في الفم. It is, by definition, putting water into the mouth. That's it. That's madmadah. I didn't say turning it in the mouth. I didn't say expelling it from the mouth. It is putting water into the mouth. This kind of person is going to say, what about turning it? What about spitting it? What if I said here, madmadah is putting water into the mouth? And I didn't say more. So there's going to be a type of person to say, what about turning it? What about spitting it back out? That's a person who is not sure that I'm saying what I mean to say. And so have a teacher that you are sure that he's saying what he means to say, so that you're not doubtful. You're not doubtful that he's not saying something that he wanted to say, or he's saying something he didn't want to say. وَلَوْ مِنْ خَيْرِ إِدَارَةٍ, even without turning the water in the mouth. وَلَوْ بَلِعَ الْمَاء, and even if one swallowed the water, still madmadah. وَلَمْ يَمُجَّهُ, without spitting it out. حَصَلَتِ الْمَضْمَضَةِ, the sipping takes place, or the rinsing of the mouth takes place. فَإِذَا بَالَغَ فِي الْمَضْمَضَةِ كَانَ أَحْسَنَ, and if one exaggerates in this mouth rinsing, that's better. مَا لَمْ يَكُنْ صَائِمًا, as long as he's not fasting. It means to make the water get all the way to the back. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, said the author, may Allah have mercy upon him. Okay, so here everything the Shaykh said about the madmadah is standard. And I didn't notice any specialty in this particular paragraph, this particular point here. And he gave the proof, he gave definition, and he gave some detail. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, the author, may Allah have mercy upon him, said, والاستنشاق, and sniffing the water. الشرح, the explanation. الرابعة الاستنشاق لخبر أصحاب السنن الأربعة. The fourth is sniffing. I'm just going to use the word sniffing here. Due to the report of the authors of these four sunans, أن رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم قال, that the Messenger of Allah صلى الله عليه وسلم said, أسبغ الوضوء وخلل بين الأصابع وبلغ في الاستنشاق إلا أن تكون صائما. Which means be diligent in the wudu. Perfect the wudu. Do a good one. Don't be nonchalant about the wudu. Don't do nonchalant wudu. Uh, yeah. Do a good one, a perfect one, a strong one, one in which you are engaged and not lazy. وخلل بين الأصابع, and intertwine the digits. The digits. Digits means fingers and toes. وبالغ في الاستنشاق, and exaggerate when sniffing. It means get the water all the way up to the top of the nose, where it even burns you. إلا أن تكون صائما, unless you are a fasting one. That's the hadith. وهو جذب الماء بالنفس. That is drawing the water in by the breath, by the inhalation. The meaning of istinshaq is drawing water in by inhalation. إلى داخل الأنف, into the inside of the nose. كله, all of it, the whole nose. وهو أفضل, that's the best, to manage to get the water to all of the nose. أو بعضه, or some of the nose, meaning you're going to still get the sunnah if you get at least some of the nose, the inside. وَلَوْ لَمْ يَصِلْ إِلَى الْخَيْشُومِ, even if it does not get to the bridge of the nose where the bone is. وَمَحَلُّهُ بَعْدَ الْمَضْمَضَةِ, and its mahal, its place that's valid to be placed, or even time, is after the mouth rinsing. وتتأكد سنية الاستنشاق في الوضوء لمن استيقظ من النوم للصلاة الصبح مثلا. Here's a nice detail. And the recommendation of sniffing in wudu is even more emphatic for someone who woke up to pray. Dawn prayer, for example. Dawn prayer is only an example. لأن الشيطان يبيت على الخيشوم, because the devil spends the night, ala, it says ala here, on the nasal cavity. So we did learn in the nose. Here it says ala, here's a footnote, let's see. Just gives the hadith. The citation, where it is. It talks about that. Yes, so then, if you wake up and make wudu, it is especially recommended for you to get your nose. Question, could you repeat the last part of that quote again after intertwining the digits? Yes, that's a hadith. أسبغ الوضوء وخلل بين الأصابع. So do the wudu perfectly and intertwine the fingers. وبالغ في الاستنشاق, and exaggerate in sniffing the water. إلا أن تكون صائما, unless you are a fasting one. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, said the author, may Allah have mercy upon him, ومسح جميع الرأس, and wiping all of the head. الشرح, the explanation. الخامسة So here we are, wiping all of the head. الخامسة مسح جميع الرأس. The fifth is wiping all of the head. وحده من أول منبت الشعر إلى القفا. Its limit or border is from the beginning of the hairline back to the occiput. That notch in the back of your head. Below that notch starts your neck. والسنة في كيفيته أن يضع يديه على مقدم رأسه. The prophetic practice, the prophetic procedure for that is for one to put his hands at the beginning of his head. ويلصق سبابته بالأخرى, and to stick his pointer finger to the other. وإبهاميه على صدغيه, and to put his thumbs on his temples. ثم يذهب بهما إلى قفاه, and then to swipe them back towards his occiput. So he puts his thumbs on his temples and puts his index fingers together and then swipes backwards towards his occiput. That's the sunnah. And then he can come back also. So I'll repeat. وَالسُّنَّةُ فِي كَيْفِيَتِهِ, the prophetic procedure for wiping the entire head in wudu. And يَضَعَ يَدَيْهِ عَلَى مُقَدَّمِ رَأْسِهِ is for one to put his hands at the front of his head. وَيُلْصِقَ سَبَّابَتَهُ بِالْأُخْرَى, and to stick his pointer or index finger to the other. وَإِبْهَامَيْهِ عَلَى صُدْغَيْهِ, and to put his thumbs on his temples. ثُمَّ يَذْهَبَ بِهِمَا إِلَى قَفَاهِ, and then to swipe them back towards the occiput. ثُمَّ يَرُدَّهُمَا إِلَى الْمَكَانِ الَّذِي ذَهَبَ مِنْهِ, and then to swipe them back towards the place he came from with his fingers. وَذَلِكَ لِمَا رَوَاهُ الشَّيْخَانِ, and that's because of what the two sheikhs have narrated في صفة الوضوء, about the description of the wudu. عن عبد الله بن زيد عن عاصم, from Abdullah bin Zayd ibn Asim. From Abdullah ibn Zayd ibn Asim, أنه قال, that the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam said, or that he said, that this companion said, this one, Abdullah ibn Zayd ibn Asim said, وَمَسَحَ رَسُولُ اللَّهِ صَلَّى اللَّهُ عَلَيْهِ وَسَلَّمَ بِرَأْسِهِ, and the Messenger of Allah sallallahu alaihi wasallam wiped his head, part of his head according to the Shafi'is. فَأَقْبَلَ بِيَدَيْهِ وَأَدْبَرَ, or he's going to be wiping all of his head here according to this hadith. So he swiped his hands back. That's the meaning. فَأَقْبَلَ بِيَدَيْهِ, he swiped his hands backwards towards his occiput, وَأَدْبَرَ, and then he brought it back again to the front. Although the way it looks like to me that he's saying he swiped his hands forward, then backward. He swiped his hands forward, then backward. So it's as if when he's saying when he goes back, it's forward. He's going forward. Then when he brings it back, it's backwards. So anyway, you know what it means. وَلَيْسَتِ الرَّقَبَةُ مِنَ الرَّأْسِ, and the neck is not part of the head. فَلَوْ اقْتَصَرَ عَلَى مَسْحِهَا لَمْ يَصِحْ, and so if one settles with wiping only the neck, then it's not valid. وَغَسْلُ الرَّأْسِ بَدَلَ مَسْحِهِ خِلَافُ السُّنَّةِ, and washing the head instead of wiping it is contrary to the prophetic way. أما تثليث مسح الرأس, and as for tripling the wiping of the head, فهو سنة عند الشافعي, that is a prophetic recommendation according to الشافعي. وكذا الرد في مسح الرأس, and likewise bringing the fingers back towards the front, that's also a prophetic recommendation. وينبغي, so that's to say that that's a signal to that there's a difference in opinion about that. That's amongst the reading between the lines that you should have, that is good to have. When I read this statement, I'll read it again, and I'll just translate it. He says, as for tripling when wiping the head, it is a sunnah according to Ash-Shafi'i, and likewise bringing the fingers back towards the front of the head. So that sentence, for some people, when they hear that, it does not allude to anything else for them. It's merely stating a fact that tripling when wiping the head is a sunnah and bringing the fingers back towards the front is a sunnah. But if you are amongst the people who are able to read between the lines, then you understand that this is alluding to something, which is to say, but according to some, tripling when wiping the head and bringing the fingers back towards the front is not sunnah. So be amongst those who can read between the lines. May Allah enable us. وينبغي المحافظة على مسح الأذنين مع الرأس للخروج من الخلاف. And it is, and it should be that one preserves, yani is diligent to wipe the ears with wiping the head, to avoid the difference in opinion. لأن مسح الأذنين مع الرأس في الوضوء فرض عند الإمام أحمد, because wiping the ears with the head is an obligation according to Imam Ahmad, meaning it is a good thing, it is recommended for anyone to do what gets him out of the difference in opinion. Meaning, if you were to do your ears, even as a sunnah according to Ash-Shafi'i, then yes, you didn't do it as an obligation according to Ahmed, but at least you did it. And apparently, you did do what Ahmed said should be done. Though it is true that Ahmed deems it an obligation, and you'd be doing it according to Ash-Shafi'i under the guise of not being an obligation. Still, doing it is getting you out of the difference in opinion as far as what you would be falling into if had you just avoided it altogether. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, said the author, may Allah have mercy upon him, ومسح الأذنين ظاهرهما وباطنهما بماء جديد, wiping the front and back of the ears with new water. Let's say here, fresh water instead of new. Though jadid does mean new, but I think fresh works here well. Especially if we say tajdid al-wudu is refreshing the wudu. Usually we say renewing the wudu. I'm going to say refreshing the wudu. So you're going to refresh the water on your fingers after wiping the head so that you can wipe your ears with fresh water, meaning new water. الشرح السادسة مسح جميع الأذنين. The explanation is that wiping the explanation is that the sixth recommendation is wiping all of the two ears. The front of them, وهو ما يلي القفا. Okay, no. ظاهرهما, the back of them, ظاهر, the back of the ears, which is what is towards the occiput the back of the ears is what's towards the occiput. وباطنهما, and the front of the ears. وهو ما يلي الوجه, and that is what is towards the face. بماء جديد, with fresh water. غير ماء الرأس, other than the water of the head, or not the water of the head. والأحسن في ذلك أن يدخل مسبحتيه في صماخيه, and the best is to insert his fingers, his pointers, his index fingers into his ear canal. And you know this means the tips of those fingers, not the whole finger. You can't get the whole finger in there. So it means the tip. Even though we're not saying the tip of the finger, that's what it means. That's part of reading between the lines, understanding what's being said, and not being someone who does not understand unless it is all the way spelled out for you. Then this is deficiency in comprehension. Some person's going to say, wait. If I just say inserting the fingers into the ear canal, somebody might say, wait, I didn't understand. Are you saying to put all my finger inside my ear? Nobody ever asked that, but that's just how some people are. It's just an example of how some people are. So they don't get some things. Like if I say to you, I looked out the window, you wouldn't think that that's a window that's not installed in a wall. You would not think that that's a window that's not installed in a wall. If I were to say I looked out the window, you would comprehend that this window is installed in a wall that usually goes there, even if I don't say it. So, وَيُدِيرَهُمَا عَلَى الْمَعَاطِفِ, and then to turn those fingers, meaning fingertips, over the folds, to push them through the folds of the ears. وَيُمِرُّ إِبْهَامَيْهِ عَلَى الظَّاهِرِ, and to pass his thumbs over the backs of the ears. ثم يلصق كفيه وهما مبلولتان بالأذنين, and then to stick the palms while they are wet to the ears. The meaning is to insert the fingertips into the ears and then to turn those through the folds of the ears. So to insert the fingertips into the ears, then turn them through the folds of the ears, then with the thumbs to wipe the backs of the ears, and then with the wet palms to wipe the whole ear or contact the whole ear. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, said the author, may Allah have mercy upon him, وتخليل اللحية الكثة, to put the fingers through the thick beard. Okay. So I saw a translation that said comb, to comb through the thick beard. And I like that unless it doesn't work for the fingers. Unless that word doesn't work for the fingers. The meaning here is to comb through the beard with your fingers. So it means inserting your fingers into your beard and with your fingers separated and pushing through your beard with your fingers from underneath. But if the word comb doesn't work there, then don't say it. Or if it's confusing for someone, just say putting your fingers through your beard, for example. وَيَكُونُ بِأَصَابِعِ يَدَيْهِ مِنْ أَسْفَلِ, And this would be by the fingers, the digits of his hands from underneath of the beard. والكفة بمعنى الكثيفة يعني a thick beard. أما إن كانت غير كثة, but if it were not thick, أي كانت خفيفة, meaning it's a light beard, فيجب التخليل أثناء غسل الوجه في الوضوء إن لم يصل الماء إلى الباطن, then it would be obligatory to يعني comb the beard with the fingers if it were light during the wudu. If the water does not get to the inside unless you do so. Okay. That's all standard. All this talk here is standard for the combing through the beard. Also for the ears, that's all standard. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, the author, may Allah have mercy upon him, said, وَتَخْلِيلُ أَصَابِعِ الْيَدَيْنِ وَالرِّجْلَيْنِ, intertwining the digits of the hands and the feet. So going between or intertwining. The digits of the hand and the feet. الشرح, the explanation. التخليل في أصابع اليدين بالتشبيك بينهما. Intertwining the fingers is by يعني intertwining them. By interweaving them, entwining them, interlacing them. لخبر الأربعة, due to the report of the four with capital F, وخلل بين الأصابع, intertwine the fingers or the digits, intertwine the digits. والأفضل في تخليلها أن يخلل بأصابع يده أصابع يده الأخرى من ظاهر الكف. The best is to intertwine the fingers of one hand with the fingers of the other hand from the back of the hand, from the backhand side, not palm to palm, palm to the back of the hand. So like the hands are stacked. وإن خلل من جهة بطن الكف حصلت السنة. If one did intertwine his fingers palm to palm, he got the sunnah. أما في الرجلين, as for concerning the feet, فالأفضل في تخليلهما أن يكون بخنصر اليد اليسرى. The best way is that this intertwining would be by the left pinky, the left pinky finger. فيبدأ بخنصر الرجل اليمنى. He starts with the right pinky toe, ويختم بخنصر اليسرى, and he finishes with the left pinky toe. فإذا خل بالمسبحة فلا كراهة. And if someone ran vicar beads, yani wet vicar beads, then it's not disliked. If someone used wet vicar beads between his toes, for example, it's not disliked. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, said the author, may Allah have mercy upon him, وتقديم اليمنى على اليسرى. Also here, Everything here is standard, but here he mentions a nice detail. If someone used thicker beads between his toes, it's not disliked.
Yeah, could you repeat something
Yes,
where you said the I think you said the left pinky finger should be
yes,
used to wipe between the toes?
yeah. To take the
And
take
did
the left pinky finger, start it at the right pinky toe, and go through each toe from underneath until you get to the left pinky toe.
okay.
Hmm. نعم. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, said the author, may Allah have mercy upon him. وتقديم اليمنى على اليسرى, and precedence of the right side over the left. I think we don't need the word right. I mean the word side. Precedent of the right over the left. Yani priority of the right over the left. الشرح الثامنة تقديم غسل اليمنى على غسل اليسرى. The explanation is that the eighth prophetic recommendation is prioritizing washing the right over washing the left. Not absolutely. Min kulli udwain, for every pairs, for all the pairs of organs, meaning the ones that are easily washed separately, the ones that are easily washed separately. So not the face. The face is not easily washed one side, then wash the other side. Or the hands, not going to easily wash just the right hand only, then the left hand only. So then the whole face at once is sunnah. Both hands at once is sunnah. لقوله صلى الله عليه وسلم, because the Prophet صلى الله عليه وسلم said, إذا توضأتم فابدأوا بيمانكم بيمامينكم فابدأوا بيمامينكم. When you make wudu, start with your right sides. That's the hadith. فَلَوْ خَالَفَ كُرِهَ ذَلِكَ. If one does the other way, then that's disliked. أَمَّا فِي الْوَجْهِ وَالرَّأْسِ فَلَا. And as for the face and the head, no. You don't do the right side first. And like I said, also washing the hands. Also the ears. You don't do the right ear first and left ear second. You do both of them at the same time because that's easier. قال المؤلف رحمه الله والطهارة ثلاثا. So the arms and the feet, yes. The arms and the feet. So you're going to wash your hands all together, wash your face all together, wash right arm, right 3 times, left arm 3 times, wipe the head all together, wipe both ears all together, wash the feet, the right foot 3 times, wash the left foot 3 times. Correct. There are details beyond that. What if you are a one-armed person? So it's not here, so we're not going to talk about it. وَالطَّهَارَةُ ثَلَاثًا. The author says, and purification 3 by 3, yani thrice, doing the acts of purification 3 times each. Here it is, doing the acts of, we don't need this. It's clear without that. Purification 3 times each. الشرح, the explanation. التاسعة تثليث الغسل والمسح ثلاثا ثلاثا. The ninth recommendation is tripling the washing and the wiping 3 times each. لما ورد في حديث عثمان رضي الله عنه, because of what came in the hadith of Uthman, may Allah accept from him, أن رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم توضأ ثلاثا ثلاثا, that the Messenger of Allah sallallahu alayhi wasallam made wudu thrice. So the meaning is that he did each organ 3 times. And it does not mean he made wudu once and then made wudu again and then made wudu again. وَالزِّيَادَةُ عَلَى التَّثْلِيثِ مَكْرُوهَةٌ, and adding more than a tripling, and going beyond 3 is disliked. So let that also deter you, anyone who is suffering from the waswas. You're gonna let the devil take you into disliked realm, maybe even bring you to a point of worship without reward, because you can't concentrate in your prayer and you can't focus in your prayer. So you don't even fear Allah in your prayer for a moment. And hold on. You don't fear Allah for even a moment, and I lost my train of thought there. That siren threw me off. So, back to the text here. وَقِيلَ haram, and it is said that this is forbidden, going beyond 3. Amma إِذَا, so that's 2 sayings. One saying is that it's disliked, the other saying that it is haram. أما إذا زاد على الثلاث بنية تبرد فلا يكره. As for though, if he added to the 3 with the intention of cooling off, then it's not disliked. Means he's hot. He washed 3 times, and it looks like he's adding a 4th wash and a 5th wash, but he did not. So let me know if what I just said is clear. Did I just say something unclear?
No. Claude, I have a question.
Okay.
Like, if you, I know you said like the ear to wash both at the same time, but
Yes.
what if you're in the, like, you're in the tub and you're taking a ghusl and then you want to make wudu, and what you do is you're holding in the, like in the little container water to make wudu, so you won't use, like, the water won't be running. So you don't have like both hands to do, you know what I'm saying? You're pouring water from the container in one hand and you're catching in the other. So can you do one ear at a time in that case?
I don't know.
Because you're pouring in your left and you're catching in your right. So when you want to do your left ear, because not both hands are not free, so then you pour from the right to the left so you can do your left ear. That's what I wanted to ask.
Yeah, I don't know. But this question doesn't require that a person's taking a ghusl.
No. Just if you wanted to make wudu while
Yes.
he's taking a bath. No, sorry.
It doesn't require it while he's taking a bath.
No.
Question itself. Just he's pouring water. He has a pitcher of ibrik in one hand, and he's pouring the water into the other hand.
Yes, correct. Barakallahu feekum.
أما إذا زاد على الثلاث بنية تبرد فلا يكره. As for if he adds to the 3rd wash with the intention of cooling off, then that's not disliked. So he washed 3 times and he wanted to wash another time to cool off, then it's not disliked. هذا إذا لم يكن الماء موقوفا أو ملكا للمسجد. This is the case if the water is not dedicated water of a waqf. What does that mean? That deserves to be unraveled. I'm not going to unravel it now. Oh, milkan lil masjid, or the ownership of a masjid. What's that footnote there though? وَإِلَّا فَيَحْرُمْ. Yani, this is if it, okay, no, I will explain that. So, we are saying, what's the judgment of washing more than 3 times? So, some said disliked, some said haram. But what if that water were dedicated water, water of a waqf? So, if you don't know what the waqf is, we can come back to that. Then then it's going to be haram to go past 3 washes. Or what if that water is the ownership of the masjid? Then it's going to be haram to go past 3 washes. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, said the author, may Allah have mercy upon him, والموالاة, and succession. What does he say? And succession. الشرح, the explanation. العاشرة الموالاة, the 10th is the succession, continuity. وتحصل بأن يغسل العضو قبل جفاف العضو الذي قبله. It occurs by washing the next organ before the prior organ dries. فإن تركها كره. If one leaves out that, then it is disliked. So that's all standard talk there. تتمة, completion. يسن البداءة بأعلى الوجه. It is sunnah to start from the top of your face when making wudu, to pour the water from the top of your face. So it means at your forehead, so it runs down towards your chin. وأن يقتصد في الماء, and to be frugal with the water, to be conservative with the water. To be economic with the water. So that means don't overuse the water. وَأَلَّا يَلْطِمَ وَجْهَهُ بِالْمَاءِ, and to not smack his face with the water. Recommended to not smack your face with the water. وَالزِّيَادَةُ عَلَى قَدْرِ الْوَاجِبِ فِي غَسْلِ الْوَجْهِ وَالْيَدَيْنِ وَالرِّجْلَيْنِ, and it's recommended to wash more than the obligatory amount for the face and the hands and the feet, like we already said. وذلك لما رواه الشيخان من حديث أبي هريرة رضي الله عنه. That's because of what the 2 sheikhs have narrated from the hadith of Abu Hurairah. May Allah accept from him. أنه قال, that he said, سمعت رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم يقول, I heard the messenger of Allah صلى الله عليه وسلم saying, إن أمتي يأتون يوم القيامة غرا محجلين من أثر الوضوء. Indeed, my nation shall come forth on resurrection day with shining, with illumination around their faces and over their elbows and over their ankles, from the effect of the wudu. فمن استطاع منكم أن يطيل غرته فليفعل. So any one of you who was able to make his illumination longer, then let him do this. وتحصل الغرة في غسل الوجه بأن يأخذ من جميع جوانب الوجه شيئا كصفحة العنق. So the way to get this sunnah for the face is to capture all of the face and then to add to all of its sides, all of its surrounding sides, something كصفحة العنق, like the back of the neck, for example. في غسل والتحجيل في غسل اليدين إلى المنكبين. And the tahjil is from washing the hands up to the shoulders, So to get the extra part. وَفِي غَسْلِ الرِّجْلَيْنِ إِلَى الرُّكْبَةِ, and for washing the feet, it will be up to the knee, not including the knee and not including the shoulder. As for وَأَمَّا الرُّكْبَةِ, as for the knee, فَيُكْرَهُ غَسْلُهَا, it's disliked to wash the knee. So you don't wash the knee and you don't wash the shoulder. But if you never did this sunnah, make sure you do it. It's really, really good. You will, inshallah, feel in your heart a big difference. If you do all these sunnahs and wash way up past and go up to your shoulders and up to your knees, very, very good. Do it a lot. Yani, try to do it for the rest of your life. Inshallah, you're going to have good standing, bi'idhnillahi ta'ala. Okay, now we've reached the section on Istinja. Section about al-Istinja. وَقَدْ يُتَرْجَمُ هَذَا الْفَصْلُ بِالْإِسْتِطَابَةِ, and this section could be given the title Istitaba instead of Istinja, which means nicifying, making nice, making tayyib. وَقَدْ يُعَبَّرُ عَنْهُ بِالْإِسْتِجْمَارِ, and it also could be called Istijmar min al-Jimar وَهِيَ الْحَصَّى الصِّغَارِ. This word istijmar this word refers to the small pebbles. وَدَلِيلُهُ قَوْلُهُ صَلَّى اللَّهُ عَلَيْهِ وَسَلَّمَ اسْتَنْزِهُ مِنَ الْبَوْلِ. Its evidence is that the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam said, clear yourselves from urine. فَإِنَّ عَامَّةَ عَذَابِ الْقَبْرِ مِنْهِ. Indeed, the general torture of the grave is from that. Subhanallah. That's the general grave torture. The broad grave torture. Not special grave torture. Subhanallah. Rawahu ad-Daraqutni. Ad-Daraqutni narrated that. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, the author, may Allah have mercy upon him, said, وَالْإِسْتِنْجَاءُ وَاجِبٌ مِنَ الْبَوْلِ وَالْغَائِطِ. Istinja is obligatory for urine and feces. Yes. الشرح, the explanation. يجب الاستنجاء من كل ملوث خارج من أحد السبيلين. Istinja is obligatory from anything staining, exiting from either of the two eliminatory outlets, which are the front and the back. غير المني, except for the seminal fluid, because that's not filthy. That comes from one of the two eliminatory outlets, but it's not filthy. من بول وغائط وغيرهما, whether urine or feces or something else. ولو نادرا, even if rare. كدم وقيح ودود مع بلل, like blood or pus, or a wet worm, a moist worm. You'd have to make istinja for the exiting of a moist worm, not a dry worm, because istinja is obligatory for what's moist that comes out. بخلاف اليابس, as opposed to the dry, فإنه لا يوجب الاستنجاء. Indeed, this does not make istinja obligatory. وأما الريح, and as for the wind, فإنه يعني the flatulence. As for the flatulence, فإنه يكره الاستنجاء منه. It's disliked to perform istinja for merely that. أما عند أبي حنيفة فالاستنجاء سنة. And as for, according to Abu Hanifa, istinja is merely recommended, not obligatory. لكن التلوث بالبول حرام عنده أيضا. However, staining oneself with urine is forbidden according to him also. Yani, his deeming istinja only sunnah does not imply that staining oneself with urine is permissible according to him. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, the author, may Allah have mercy upon him, said, وَالْأَفْضَلُ. So, how do you apply that, by the way? What's the benefit of knowing that istinja is sunnah according to Abu Hanifa? or some other scholars too. The benefit of that is that if your case were that you could urinate without any contamination, yani that you could urinate and not do istinja without any contamination, then you don't have to, according to them. Like some people who can urinate, and when they stop urinating, it stops altogether, nothing drips, nothing leaks, etc. There's no like last moment squirt, for example, just stops without any staining. Then, according to some, he wouldn't have to do istinja, it would be sunnah. But according to a Shafi'i, it's obligatory, even under that scenario I just told you, it's still going to be obligatory. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, said the author, may Allah have mercy upon him, والأفضل أن يستنجي بالأحجار, the best is to make istinja with stones. ثم يتبعها بالماء, then to follow that up with water, الشرح, yani to use istinja, yani to wipe first and to use water second, to wipe first and use water secondly, to wipe firstly and to use water secondly. الشرح, the explanation, أن الأفضل أن يجمع في الاستنجاء بين الحجر أو ما في معناه والماء. The explanation is that the best is for one to merge while making istinja between the stone or whatever is as significant as a stone and the water. Yani to wipe first and then use water. فيستنجي أولا بالحجر ثم يتبعه بالماء. And so one makes istinja firstly by stone and then he follows that up with water. لأن العين تزول بالحجر, because using the stone first will remove the bulk, the mass of the filth. أو ما في معناه, or whatever is like the stone. والأثر والأثر وَالْأَثَرَ يَزُولُ بِالْمَاءِ, and then the remaining trace after removing that bulk by using the stone or the like, the remaining trace is removed by water مِنْ غَيْرِ حَاجَةٍ إِلَى مُخَامَرَةِ النَّجَاسَةِ, without any need of contacting the filth. So the meaning is, when you make istinja in this way, you avoid putting your finger into the najasa. Because if you make istinja by water only and you want to assist the water by rubbing the spot, then it means you will be inserting your finger into the najasa. The judgment of which is that is permissible as long as the water is flowing at the same time. You may put your finger into contact with that najasa if the water is also flowing at the same time. But if you make istinja with stones first, or what's like a stone, like toilet tissue, then this will remove the bulk, the body of the filth, and then you can pour the water without putting your finger there, because all that's left only will require the water to remove the trace. وَلَا كَرَاهَةَ إِذَا اسْتَنْجَى بِالْأَحْجَارِ فَقَطْ, and it is not disliked if one makes istinja by stones only. So be mindful here. We're going to say by stones. We're going to keep saying by stones, but the meaning is broader than stone. The meaning is by anything that's valid for wiping. But the stone is the fundamental wiping tool. So that's why we are just mentioning it in particular. وَلَمْ يَسْتَنْجِ بِالْمَاءِ, and this one did not make istinja by any water, only by wiping. it's not disliked. ثم توضأ وصلى, and then one prays and one makes wudu and prays like that, it is not disliked. والأفضل في كيفية الاستنجاء بالأحجار, and the best in the procedure for making istinja with stones. And يهيئ ثلاثة أحجار is to prepare 3 stones, yani to have them ready ahead of time. Not to start without having your wiping material ready ahead of time. So that's it means even if, for example, you're using tissue, just for you to get your tissues ready ahead of time, that's sunnah. So if you correct your intention, it's rewardable for you. So, for example, you are in public place, in worst place you want to use the bathroom. Then for sure, yani prepare those tissues first. والأفضل, yes, يمسح أولا بالحجر الأول جميع محل الخروج. So here's the best procedure when making istinja with stones. Prepare these stones first. Then wipe firstly with the first stone. جميع محل الخروج. All of the spot, all of the exit, the whole exit. Wipe the whole exit first. ثم يأخذ الثانية. Then one takes the second stone. فيمسح به جميع المحل. And then he wipes the whole spot, the whole spot. Yani, there's a difference between the first one and the second one. First one is he wipes the whole spot of exit. The whole spot of exit. So the first wipe, he wipes the whole spot of the exit. And then with the second wipe, he wipes the whole spot. So it means, for example, if the person were using tissue and he's cleaning his backside, then first thing he's going to do is get the spot where it comes out. First thing, get the spot where it comes out. That's first wipe there. Second, then he's going to wipe the whole thing, like not just the spot where it comes out, all what's around it too. That's the meaning of this talk here. I only gave the example of the backside because it's easy to comprehend, but front or back, this is the case. ثم يأخذ الثالث, then he takes the third. فيمسح به جميع المحل, and then he wipes the whole spot. So that's the best procedure. وقال بعض الشافعية, and some Shafi'is said, يمسح بالحجر الأول الصفحة اليمنى من المقعد I'm not sure what's on the meme there. مقعدة. I'll check what's on the meme there. According to some, what one would do is take the first stone and then wipe the right half of the rump, right half of one's rump, his backside. وبالثاني الصفحة اليسرى, and with the second stone, he will wipe the left half of the rump, yani the left cheek on the inside. وبالثالث المسربة, and then with the third, according to some, he will then wipe the actual anus. وهو ملتقى الطرفين, which is yani where the two edges meet. قاله Ibn al-Muqri says so. So says Ibn al-Muqri في تمشيته, in his Tamshiyah, a book called At-Tamshiyah. It has another name, إخلاص الناوي. لكن الراجح أنه يعم بكل حجر محل الخروج. However, Sheikh says, the most preponderant way, the most preponderant saying is for this one who's making istinja to use each stone to cover the whole spot of exit. Each stone will cover the whole spot of exit. So what he said was first spot, the first wipe is going to get the whole exit, but not necessarily everything. Then the second one's going to get everything. So that's going to be the exit and what's around it. And then the third one's going to get everything. That's the exit and everything around it. Therefore, the most preponderant is that each stone will wipe the exit. And the second way is that the first wipe is for the right cheek, the inside of the right cheek. The second wipe is for the inside of the left cheek. And then the third wipe is for the anus. As for this book, At-Tamshiyah, our students, when I say our students, I mean mashayikh who are higher than me, students of our association, students of our Sheikh Abdullah and his students. So I'm one of those students, these students, but I'm not one of them who took At-Tamshiyah or is taking it. What I want to say is the students, amongst the students of our association, are those who have reached the level to comprehend this book At-Tamshiyah. I won't say more than that for lack of time, but that's not a small thing. What did Sheikh Abdullah say about our university? He said, the scholars shall emerge from our university. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, it's like he's saying, we are the future. رحمه الله تعالى. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, and I think some people are seeing that. I think some people who hate the Sheikh and his group immensely, they are seeing that, and this is what motivates them strongly to fight Sheikh. They are fighting what probably is in their own minds inevitable. That this dominant knowledge here, this knowledge in this group will maybe explode in a way that they hope would never happen. Because in reality, they hate the truth. Anyway, قال المؤلف رحمه الله, said the author, may Allah have mercy upon him, ويجوز أن يقتصر على الماء أو على ثلاثة أحجار يوقي بهن المحل. And so where are we here? It is permissible to settle with water or with 3 stones that clear the area. Yes, clear, not purify. We're going to say clear, or maybe even clean if you want, but not purify. الشرح, the explanation. أنه يجوز أن يقتصر في الاستنجاء على الماء فقط, is that it is permissible to limit in one's istinja, or to limit oneself in istinja to only water. لأنه الأصل في إزالة النجاسة, because that is the origin of removing filth, because istinja is a case of removing filth. So in some books of fiqh, they give istinja its own chapter, and then they would give removal of filth its own chapter. But in some books of fiqh, they have a chapter for removing filth, and they put istinja in that chapter. Like Tuhfatul Tullab, that I hope we will start not in the far future, inshallah. At least just the metin. Tuhfa is the explanation. I think, inshallah, for myself, I'll start with y'all in the metin, inshallah, so we can build up to it. The explanation. وَيَجُوزُ أَنْ يَقْتَصِرَ عَلَى ثَلَاثَةِ أَحْجَارٍ, and it is permissible for the one making istinja to limit himself to 3 stones. يُنَظِّفُ بِهَا مَحَلَّ الْخُرُوجِ, with those 3 stones, one will clean the exit spot. لِأَنَّ النَّبِيَّ صَلَّى اللَّهُ عَلَيْهِ وَسَلَّمَ فَعَلَهُ, Because the Prophet ﷺ did that. كما رواه البخاري, like Al-Bukhari narrated. فإن أنقى بالثلاثة اكتفي بذلك. If one clears the spot by the 3 stones, then this is sufficient. وإن لم ينوي, sorry, letters are small. وإن لم ينقي زاد رابعة وجوبا. And if those 3 do not clear the spot, that means remove the bulk, then one adds a 4th wipe as an obligation. فإن ألقى برابعة, and if he cleared it by the 4th wipe or a 4th wipe, زاد واحدة ندبا, then he should add 1 as a recommendation. ليكون المجموع وترا, so that the total wipes would be an odd number. لخبر الشيخين, due to the report of the 2 sheikhs. إذا استجمر أحدكم فليوتر, if one of you makes istinja with stones, then let him do it with an odd number. As for the 3, that's obligatory based on the other hadith. فَلْيَسْتَنْجِ بِثَلَاثَةِ أَحْجَارٍ, let him make istinja with 3 stones. And then this hadith proves that if you go beyond 3, you should still do an odd number. وَلَا يَكْفِي مَا دُونَ الثَّلَاثِ, less than 3 is not sufficient. وَلَوْ حَصَلَ الْإِنْقَاء, even if less than 3 clears the spot. But what if less than 3 cleared the spot and then you used water? Is that valid? For sure, because you could use water without any wipes. وَلَوْ اسْتَنْجَى بِحَجَرٍ وَاحِدٍ لَهُ ثَلَاثَةُ أَطْرَافٍ يَمْسَحُ بِكُلِّ طَرَفٍ مَسْحَةً جَازٍ, and had one made istinja with 1 stone with 3 sides, wiping with each side, giving each side a single wipe, then that's permissible. ويشترط في إجزاء الحجر عن الماء ألا يجف الخارج. And it is a condition for the stone to be sufficient that the exit does not dry, or that the stuff that came out does not dry. That the stuff that came out does not dry. Question, the condition is that the najis that came out has not dried. Yes, because if you're wiping with something dry, then you're not going to use something dry to wipe something dry. This is futile. فإن جف تعين الماء, so if it dried, then water is the only option. لأنه لا يمكن إزالته إلا بذلك, because it won't be possible to remove that what dried except by the water. نعم لو بال ثانية. Yes, now here's a special case here. When we say these special cases, I'm talking about as far as explaining Abu Shuja is concerned. These cases are not something the Sheikh made up. You would find them in other books, but the Sheikh brought nice cases and put them here in this explanation of Abu Shuja. So here's a nice case. نعم لو بال ثانية بعد جفاف بوله الأول. So had a person urinated a second time after his first urination dried. ووصل إما وصل إليه الأول. And the second urination got as far as the first one did. So we are saying he urinated the first time, he did not clear it before it dried, and then he urinated a second time, and the second time got as far as the first time got, then what? كفى فيه الحجر. Then he can wipe here 3 times. ويشترط أيضا ألا So that's enough here. That's the end of that case. It's valid, sufficient. In this case, when he urinated the second time, and his second urination went as far as the first one, then when he makes istinja by wiping 3 times, that's valid. ويشترط أيضا ألا ينتقل الخارج عن الموضع الذي أصابه عند الخروج واستقر فيه. And it's also a condition that the stuff that came out, the material that came out, does not relocate beyond the spot it contacts upon exiting. So there's an exit, and some material emerges from this exit. So as material emerges from this exit, there is an amount around this exit that is then contacted by this stuff that is coming out. So whatever came out, Yani, it is a condition that what came out does not relocate beyond the spot that it contacts upon exiting. واستقر فيه, and then settles there. So there is an area where the stuff that comes out contacts and settles there. That means stops there. So this, you can wipe that. Whatever settled there and stopped there, you can wipe that. وَأَلَّا يُجَاوِزَ الصَّفْحَةِ, and it's a condition that what comes out does not get to the outside of the buttocks. أي ما ينضم من الأليتين عند القيام, meaning what comes together when standing, because the buttocks, cheeks come together or close when you stand, and they would open if you squat. So it's a condition that whatever came out of the anus does not get to the outside of the buttocks, which is whatever is apparent when you stand up. وَالْحَشَفَةِ, and that whatever came out does not go beyond the head of the penis. وَيَجُوزُ الْإِسْتِنْجَاءُ بِكُلِّ مَا هُوَ فِي مَعْنَى الْحَجَرِ, and it is permissible to make istinja with everything that is as significant as a stone. وَشَرْطُهُ أَنْ يَكُونَ جَامِدًا طَاهِرًا, and the condition of that other material is that it is solid and pure. فَخَرَجَ الْمَائِعُ غَيْرُ الْمَاءِ, so since it has to be solid, then any liquid other than water is excluded. غَيْرُ الْمَاءِ الطَّهُورِ, other than purifying water. كَالْخَلْ, like vinegar. وَالشَّاي, and tea. وَنَحْوِ ذَلِكَ, and the likes of that. وَخَرَجَ النَّجِسِ, and also anything filthy is excluded. Like filthy deer feces, they are hard like stones. You cannot use those for istinja. فَلَوْ اسْتَنْجَى بِشَيْءٍ مِّن ذَلِكَ لَمْ يُجْزِئْهُ, if someone made istinja with the likes of that, that's not sufficient. وَتَعَيَّنَ الْمَاء, and water is the only option. وَأَنْ يَكُونَ مَا يَسْتَنْجِي بِهِ قَالِعًا لِلنَّجَاسَةِ, and for what he uses for istinja, for wiping, to be uprooting, means has a grip. لِلنَّجَاسَةِ, uprooting of the filth. Munashifan, this means that it dries. That's another way of saying it has a grip. فَلَا يُجْزِئُ الزُّجَاجِ وَلَا الْقَصَبُ الْأَمْلَسِ, so therefore glass is insufficient, nor is smooth cane sufficient, because they don't have a grip, so they will not pick the najasa up. وَلَا التُّرَابُ الْمُتَنَافِرِ, nor loose soil that does not have a grip. وَيُجْزِئُ الصُّلْبِ, but if it is cohesive soil, soil that is that does not crumble, that will be valid. وأن يكون جافا, and it must be dry. فلو استنجى برطب لم يجزئ. And so if it is moist, what he's using to make istinja, to wipe for istinja, is moist, it's not valid. وَأَلَّا يَكُونَ مُحْتَرَمًا, and that it has no honor. فَلَا يَجُوزُ الْإِسْتِنْجَاءُ بِمَطْعُومِ آدَمِ. So it's not permissible to make istinja with human food, كالخبز, like bread. أو جِنِّيٍّ مُؤْمِن, or the food of a believing jinn. That's interesting there. He said, it's not permissible also to make istinja with the food of a believing jinn. It's going to be bones. What about of a kafir jinn? Well, he said believing jinn. It's not permissible to make istinja with the food of a believing jinni. لأن النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم نهى عن الاستنجاء بالعظم, because the Prophet صلى الله عليه وسلم forbade istinja with a bone, because Allah will put meat on the bones of the halal bones. When you finish your halal bones, then better to not throw them into the trash indiscriminately. Rather, if you want to put them in the trash, put them in a bag, for example, like in a way that it doesn't mix with the filth, with the trash, with the garbage. وقال, the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam said, إِنَّهُ زَادُ إِخْوَانِكُمْ. The bones those bones have a provision for your brothers. أي من الجن, meaning your brothers from amongst the genies. Allah gives them food from those bones. So don't make istinja with that. Rawahu Tirmidhi. At-Tirmidhi narrated that. فإذا أراد الاقتصار على أحدهما فالماء أفضل. If one wanted to settle with one of them, with water or stone, then water is better. And remember, we mentioned making istinja with stones and without water is not makruh. الشرح, the explanation. أنه إن كان لا يريد أن يستنجي بالماء والحجر معا, is that if one did not want to make istinja with water and stone together, and inshallah, you know the best way to do that. If you want to do both of them, you know the best way to do that. Now I'm not going to repeat it unless you ask me. So if you know it, then alhamdulillah. بل يريد أن يقتصر على أحدهما. Rather, one wants to just confine his istinja to one of the two. فليقتصر على الماء, then let him confine it to water. لأن الماء يزيل العين والأثر بخلاف الحجر, because the water removes the bulk of the filth and the trace, as opposed to the stone. What's the trace of filth? The athar, color, taste, or smell. So the bulk is the body of the filth, the trace is the color, taste, or smell, as opposed to the stone. So the stone only removes the bulk of the filth and does not remove the traces. And it's permissible to leave that trace, as long as your istinja is valid. But if you submerge yourself in a small amount of water, with that trace, it will contaminate all of the water. روى البيهقي وغيره أن قول الله تعالى فيه رجال يحبون أن يتطهروا والله يحب المطهرين. This verse, which means therein, at a place, there are men who love to purify, to perform purification. They love purification. And Allah, so very literally, and Allah loves those who purify themselves. We're going to say, Allah accepts them. نزل في أهل مسجد قباء. This was revealed about the people of Masjid Quba. وهو مسجد معروف في المدينة. That's a known masjid in Medina. له فضل. It has a merit. Not a merit of getting more reward for your prayer, though. No masjid has more reward for the prayer than another, except Al-Masjid Al-Aqsa and Al-Masjid Al-Haram and the Prophet's Masjid. That's why the Prophet ﷺ said, do not travel but for 3 masjids. Don't embark on a travel to a masjid but for 3. Meaning for the sake of praying there, just for the sake of praying there. Because it's going to be like praying in any other masjid. And that doesn't prove that traveling to the Prophet's grave is blasphemy. Ibn Taymiyyah somehow inferred from this hadith that traveling to go to the Prophet's grave is blasphemy. وَالْعِيَاذُ بِاللَّهِ. وَكَانَ مِمَّا أَثْنَى اللَّهُ بِهِ عَلَيْهِمْ أَنَّهُمْ كَانُوا يَسْتَنْجُونَ بِالْمَاءِ. And amongst what Allah praised them for was that they made istinja with water. وَكَانَ كَثِيرٌ غَيْرُهُمْ يَسْتَنْجُونَ بِالْحَجَرِ بِدُونِ مَاءٍ. And many other people were making istinja with stones, without water. لأنه لا يتيسر في كل البلاد الماء الكثير. Because it's a lot of water is not easily accessible in many places. And they're not going to likely have toilet tissue, unless they have paper factory, for example, which they didn't have. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, the author, may Allah have mercy upon him, said, ويجتنب استقبال القبلة واستدبارها في الصحراء. Now we are here in the section about the etiquettes of istinja. Some of these etiquettes are obligatory and some of them are sunnah. He said one refrains from facing the Qibla and from turning his back to it. In the open land. That's where we are here. One refrains from facing the Qibla and from turning his back to it in the open land. That means while he is relieving himself. He doesn't urinate facing the Qibla or with his back to the Qibla. And he doesn't defecate facing the Qibla or with his back to the Qibla. الشرح, the explanation. يحرم على قاضي الحاجة استقبال القبلة واستدبارها أي ببول أو غائط في الصحراء. Is that it is forbidden for the one relieving himself to face the Qibla or to turn his back to it, meaning during urination or defecation in the open. إن لم يكن أمامه ساتر مرتفع. If there were not before him, yani in front of him, a barrier, a raised or an elevated barrier, ثلثي ذراع فأكثر. 2/3 of a cubit high or more. This is what the Shaykh taught us in Summary of Obligatory Knowledge. 2/3 of a cubit high or more. But what turns out a lot of us didn't know, or more, is sometimes obligatory. Not 2/3 of a cubit is always sufficient, and it could be higher. That's not what it means. It means at least 2/3 of a cubit. That's obligatory for someone who's squatting, because that's not high. It's not very high, 2/3 of a cubit. That's for someone who's squatting, or more, yani, or higher, for someone who's standing, for example. Will be obligatory on him to have a barrier that is high enough to block his aura. Yes, so that's obligatory. And some scholars said, it might come here. Now I'm reviewing with you. Some scholars said needs to be wide also. Wide also. Not just high, but also wide. How wide? Wide enough to block your aura. So according to them, the width, the broadness, or the breadth of this barrier is wide enough that your private parts are not towards the Qibla without the barrier. وبينه وبين المرتفع ثلاثة أذرع فأقل. And also between him and that elevated barrier is 3 cubits or less. فإذا وجد الساتر كره. If there is a barrier, then facing the Qibla or turning one's back to it while urinating or defecating is disliked. Nice detail there too. Yani, I always was learning it's not haram. That's true. Dislike means not haram. But I wasn't hearing. But you shouldn't do it still though, because disliked. It's just not going to be haram. وَيَسْلَمُ مِنَ الْكَرَاهَةِ بِأَنْ يُشَرِّقَ أَوْ يُغَرِّبْ. And he will be safe from the aversion, from the dislikedness by turning east or west. By turning east or west. And what this really means is by turning away from the Qibla. By putting the Qibla to his shoulder. By putting the Qibla to his shoulder. Either shoulder. That's the meaning here. لقضاء الحاجة, for relieving himself. لقول رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم, because of the saying of the Messenger of Allah صلى الله عليه وسلم, لا تستقبلوا القبلة ببول ولا غائط ولا تستدبروها. Do not face the Qibla with urine or feces, nor turn your backs to it. ولكن شرقوا أو غربوا, rather turn east or west. Now he told them turn east or west because for them the Qibla was south. For them the Qibla was south. They were in Medina when he told them this. So that's the relevance, according to a way of explaining this hadith, that's the relevance of mentioning east or west. Not that is the way it is applicable for everyone, according to a way of explaining this hadith. Not that east or west is actually what is applicable to everyone, but that the Prophet ﷺ was addressing his companions whose Qibla was south, because they were north of the Kaaba. So he told them, Sharriqu aw gharribu, turn east or west, which means, which is going to result in putting their shoulders to the Qibla, the right or the left shoulder. So that's what you want to do. Put your shoulder to the Qibla instead. رواه البخاري ومسلم وغيرهما. Al-Bukhari and Muslim and others narrated that. What's that hadith? لا تستقبلوا القبلة ببول ولا غائط ولا تستدبروها ولكن شرقوا أو غربوا. لا تستقبلوا القبلة ببول ولا غائط ولكن شرقوا أو غربوا. لا تستقبلوا القبلة ببول ولا غائط ولكن شرقوا أو غربوا. That's narrated by Al-Bukhari and Muslim and others. أما في الأماكن المعدة لقضاء الحاجة, as for the places that are prepared for relieving oneself, for fulfilling the need, قضاء الحاجة, fulfilling the need. فاستقبال القبلة واستدبارها عند البول أو الغائط ليس حراما ولا مكروها. Then facing the Qibla upon or during urinating or defecating or turning the back to it would not be forbidden and not even disliked. because that place is prepared for that activity. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, the author, may Allah have mercy upon him, said, وَيَجْتَنِبُ الْبَوْلَ وَالْغَائِطَ فِي الْمَاءِ الرَّاكِدِ, and one refrains from urinating and defecating in still water or stagnant water. That means still water. الشرح, the explanation. يجتنب ندبا البول والغائط في الماء الراكد. One, by recommendation, refrains from urine and defecation in stagnant water. وهو الماء الدائم, that's still water. الذي يستقر في مكانه, that one which is settled in its place. ولا يجري, and it is not running or flowing. وذلك مكروه لورود النهي في الحديث عن ذلك كما رواه مسلم, and that is disliked because of what came about the prohibition about that in the hadith narrated by Muslim, and that hadith itself is not mentioned here. So what we have mentioned here is the rule, and that rule is based on a prohibition. When you say prohibition, that's broad, abstract term there that's not actually directing us to the very words. Rather, that is an extraction from the words. We say, and the prohibition, the nahi, that's something extracted from whatever words are in that hadith. They're going to say this hadith has in it prohibition, or this hadith has in it obligation. So that's disliked because of the presence of a hadith with such a prohibition that's narrated by Muslim. هذا إن كان الماء ملكا له or ملكا له أو مباحا. This is the judgment, the dislikeness, the aversion. This is the judgment if the water were his ownership. He owns that water, or it is unowned. Yani, public if you want. Yani, it's not owned by anyone. Public maybe is not a good word. Maybe public means it's in civilization. It doesn't have to be in civilization. So it's not owned. أما إن كان الماء لغيره فيحرم ذلك إلا بإذن المالك. As for if that were someone else's water, then that would be forbidden. Urinating in that water would be forbidden, except with the permission of the owner. And defecating there is worse. Defecating there is worse than urinating there. And in all these cases here, defecating is worse. These cases that I'm going to tell you that you refrain from, urinating and defecating there, defecating in all those cases is worse. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, the author, may Allah have mercy upon him, said, وَتَحْتَ الشَّجَرَةِ الْمُثْمِرَةِ, and under the fruit-bearing tree. الشرح كذلك يجتنب ندبا البول والغائط تحت الشجرة المثمرة. The explanation is that likewise one refrains as a recommendation from urinating or defecating below a fruit-bearing tree. ولو في غير وقت ثمر, even outside of the fruit season, the fruit season for that tree. وإنما كره ذلك لئلا تقع الثمار فتتنجس فتعافها الأنفس. And this is only disliked so that the fruits will not fall and then become contaminated and then be disregarded by the people. هذا إن كانت الشجرة له أو مباحة. And this is the judgment if the tree were his or it were unowned. أي لا مالك لها من الناس, meaning none of the people own this tree. أما إن كانت لغيره فحرام إلا أن يستأذنه. As for if that tree belonged to someone else, then it would be forbidden unless he gets his permission. قال المؤلف رحمه الله وفي الطريق, and the author, may Allah have mercy on him, said, and in the pathway, يعني in the way. الشرح, the explanation. كذلك يجتنب ندبا قضاء الحاجة في الطريق. Likewise, one avoids as a recommendation relieving oneself in the pathway. لأنه يسبب اللعنة من الناس, because it causes the people to damn one or to curse him, to send curses upon him. قال صلى الله عليه وسلم اتقوا اللعانين. The Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam said, beware of the two damners. قالوا وما اللعانان يا رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم. They said, and what are the two damners, O Messenger of Allah? قال الذي يتخلى في طريق الناس أو في ظلهم. رواه مسلم وغيره. He said, the one who relieves himself in the people's path or in their shade. Rawahu Muslim. That's narrated by Muslim and others. What did he say? اتقوا اللعانين اتقوا اللعانين. قالوا وما اللعانان يا رسول الله؟ قال الذي يتخلى في طريق الناس أو في ظلهم الذي يتخلى في طريق الناس أو في ظلهم. رواه Muslim narrated that. قال المؤلف رحمه الله والظل. The author, may Allah have mercy upon him, said, and the shade. الشرح وكذلك يكره قضاء الحاجة في الظل. The explanation is that likewise it is disliked to relieve oneself in the shade. الذي يقصده الناس في الصيف. The shade that the people seek in the summer. وفي مواضع الشمس في الشتاء. And in the sunny spots in the winter. فإن ذلك يسبب اللعنة لفاعله من الناس. For indeed that causes the people to damn him, to curse him. كما جاء في حديث أبي داود, just like what came in the hadith of Abu Dawood. اتقوا الملاعن الثلاث. Look what the Shaykh did there. اتقوا الملاعن الثلاث. البراز في الموارد وقارعة الطريق والظل. This hadith, inshallah ta'ala, we're going to review it, bi'idhnillah. I want to review it before I comment on what that means. But what did the Shaykh do here? That was interesting. So, now I'm reviewing with you. So, yani, I didn't know what's coming. And he mentioned, the author mentions the pathway, and he mentions the shade. He separated their mentioning here. He could have said الطريق والظل وفي الطريق والظل, in the pathway and the shade, and then explained both of them together, but he separated them. Okay. So when he mentioned the pathway, then he explained, and then he mentioned the shade, and then he explained. And when he mentioned the pathway, he mentioned a hadith that mentions the pathway and the shade. So I thought that was interesting, because yani, one might save that after mentioning the shade. because he didn't mention the shade yet. So he can mention the pathway, explain it, mention the shade, explain it, and then bring the hadith that mentions the pathway and the shade. Because then, if he mentions the hadith first, then he would mention the shade, but not mention a proof for it. And that's what I was expecting. So that's why I thought that's interesting that he mentioned that before he mentioned the shade, mentioned the hadith before he mentioned the shade. But what did he do? He benefited us with another hadith. So he didn't leave either one of them without a hadith. Though he could have covered both of them with one hadith. And he still could have, if he wanted to, still mention them together and mention both hadiths. But this is how he broke it apart.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullah.
I want to know, is that to say that he made it two separate cases, or he merged the cases?
He made it two separate cases, or what?
Or did he make it one case, like merging shade and pathway?
Well, in this explanation, he just split them apart in his explanation.
Okay.
It's just that much only.
Okay.
Bismillah. Okay. Now, what do some explainers like to do? They like to pull apart everything, like as much as they can, word by word, as much as they can. Here, the Sheikh is pulling it apart a lot. If you look at how he explained Bughya, explained the Mukhtasar in the Bughya, you'll see he has big chunks of text. For example, he in the prayer times, give the whole paragraph of the prayer times, the whole paragraph. And then he says, Ash-Sharhu, and he explains. So if he wanted to, he could have just broke it apart, and put explanation in between. Here he just broke it apart. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, the author, may Allah have mercy upon him, said, وَالثُّقُبْ, and in a hole, yani in the ground, a hole in the ground. الشرح, the explanation, أنه يجتنب قضاء الحاجة في الثقب, is that one refrains from relieving himself in a hole. وهو الشق المستدير النازل في الأرض. What's meant by a hole here is a round or circular opening that goes down into the ground, a hole. إن كان صغيرا أو كبيرا, whether small or big. لما قيل إنه مسكن الجن, because of what was said that it would be the home of a jinn, or could be. ولأنه قد يكون مأوى الهوام كالعقرب والحية فيتأذى بذلك, and because it could be the lair of some vermin like a scorpion or a snake, and then he would be harmed by that. Yani, this is interesting also. فيتأذى, who's going to be harmed by that? The aqrab, the scorpion or the snake would be harmed by that, or the person who's urinating would be harmed by that. Yani, I mean, who did the Shaykh mean by this word? Yata'adha, he or it would be harmed by that. So, yani, just occurs to me means the one who's urinating, that this creature would come out and harm him. But what we did learn when learning the explanation of Abu Shuja is that either way, it's disliked for either way. Whether it were that because this is the lair of some creature and then he would urinate or defecate in there and then harm that creature, or because it would come out and harm him. So there's the benefit of learning a book more than once. MashaAllah. MashaAllah. وَمِثْلُ ثُقُبِ السَّرَبِ, and like a hole is a crack. Having the same judgment as a hole is a crack. وَهُوَ الشِّقُّ الْمُسْتَطِيلُ, that's the long fissure, yani the extended, not a circular hole down into the ground, but a lengthwise opening. وَيَجْتَنِبُ قَضَاءَ الْحَاجَةِ فِي مَهَبِّ الرِّيحِ, and one refrains from relieving himself in the gust of wind. So here the Shaykh added, because that's not in the metin, it's not in the text, refraining from urinating into the gust of wind. So that's another one. We want to count these here. What did Abu Shuja say? One refrains from facing the Qibla and from turning his back to it in the open land. Okay, that's an obligatory refraining there. And he refrains from, so in terms of the explanation of Abu Shuja, the way we are learning the explanation of Abu Shuja, there's a reason he said the word yajtanib twice here. He refrains from facing the Qibla and from turning his back to it in the open land. And he refrains from urinating and defecating in stagnant water under the fruit-bearing tree and in the pathway, the shade, and in a hole. So what's that? The first one is an obligatory abstention. The second one is recommended abstention. That's why he repeated the verb there as a signal to a difference between them. So I didn't hear that before many times of taking, or several times of taking the text of Abu Shuja. That's the benefit of learning the same book more than once. Not being bored with that's an important thing. The Shaykh Rahimahullah, he does not prefer for a person to learn a book less than thrice. And for him, 3 times learning the book is just a little bit. And he refrains from what? From urinating and defecating in stagnant water under the fruit-bearing tree, in the pathway. So the Shaykh, he separated the pathway and the shade. But there's a hadith that have the pathway and the shade together. And they are 2 different things though. And in a whole, it's 5 things here. And then we have something else. We'll see how we want to count that there. Okay. And he refrains from urinating and defecating in stagnant water, under the fruit-bearing tree, in the pathway, the shade, and in a hole. That's 5 things right there. Here, Sheikh gave us another one. وَيَجْتَنِبُ قَضَاءَ الْحَاجَةِ فِي مَهَبِّ الرِّيحِ. And he refrains from relieving himself in the gust of wind, urinating into the gust of wind. فَيُكْرَهُ اسْتِقْبَالُ مَهَبِّ الرِّيحِ بِالْبَوْلِ لِأَلَّا يَتَرَشَّحَ مِنْهُ. And so it is disliked to face the gust of wind while urinating so that it doesn't splash on him or spray on him. So that's 6. قال المؤلف رحمه الله ولا يتكلم على البول والغائط. And he does not speak over urinating and defecating. Here we are. One should not talk while urinating and defecating, or defecating. الشرح يطلب من قاضي الحاجة ألا يتكلم على البول والغائط. The explanation is that it is sought from the one relieving himself to not speak over urine and feces. بكلام عند خروج الخارج أو بذكر مطلقا. It is disliked for him to talk while the excrement is actually coming out. To talk, when we say talk here, doesn't mean dhikr, just talking. It is disliked for him to talk while the excrement is actually coming out. أو بذكر مطلقا ما دام في ذلك المكان. Or also another judgment, so don't mix these. Or to make dhikr as long as he is in that place. So that's like overlapping case there. We're saying that there's a place for relieving oneself. Once you get into the parameters of that place, like you went through the door, for example, so you're in the place of relieving yourself, then we're not saying it's disliked to talk while you're in that place to talk, but it will be disliked to make dhikr while you're in that place. And then when the excrement is coming out, it's disliked to talk also, with less than dhikr. فإن فعل كان مكروها إلا لضرورة كإنذار أعمى فلا يكره. If he were to do so, to speak while the excrement is exiting, then it would be disliked unless it were for necessity, like rescuing a blind person. Then it is not disliked. A blind person's walking towards a hole, or a scorpion is crawling towards someone who's unaware, for example. So this is different from these 5, and then there's the 6th one that the Sheikh gave us. What's the difference here? The difference is that these 5 or 6 refer to where you are urinating or defecating. And then this next one here, one should not talk while urinating and defecating, refers to while you are in that situation. Let me just see this Arabic over here. So, فصل والاستنجاء واجب من البول والغائط. Since I'm here, The best is to make istinja with stones, then to follow that up with water. It is permissible to settle with water or with 3 stones that clear the area. If one wanted to settle with one of them, then water is better. ويجتنب استقبال القبلة واستدبارها في الصحراء. ويجتنب البول والغائط في here. Then it counts. الماء الراكد وتحت شجرة المثمرة وفي الطريق والظل والثقب ولا يتكلم على البول والغائط. One should not talk while urinating and defecating. And then there's the next one here. Bismillah. The author says, قال المؤلف رحمه الله ولا يستقبل الشمس والقمر ولا يستدبرهما. Nor should he face the sun or the moon, nor turn his back to them. الشرح لا يستقبل الشمس والقمر ببول ولا غائط. The explanation is that one does not face the sun or the moon with urine nor with feces. ولا يستدبرهما. Nor does he turn his back to them. لأنهما من آيات الله الباهرات. Because they are amongst the evident signs of Allah. لهما شأن عظيم. They do have a merit. They have a merit. ولم يرد حديث بكراهة ذلك فهو أقل من المكروه. And there did not come a hadith about the dislikeness of that or about some aversion to that, and so it is less than disliked. Because like Imam An-Nawawi said, dislikeness needs a legal evidence. Dislikeness needs a legal evidence. And he is saying there is no legal evidence to claim that this is disliked. Legal evidence like an ayah from the Quran, a hadith of the Prophet, a consensus, or a qiyas. No, he said this case lacks that. So it is less than makruh. Yes. And the Shaykh says, وَيَحْرُمُ الْبَوْلُ عَلَى قَبْرِ الْمُسْلِمِ كَمَا يَحْرُمُ الْجُلُوسُ عَلَيْهِ لِقَضَاءِ الْحَاجَةِ. And urinating on the grave of a Muslim is forbidden, just like it is forbidden to sit upon a grave, to squat upon a grave for relieving oneself. وَكَذَا يَحْرُمُ الْبَوْلُ فِي الْمَسْجِدِ وَلَوْ فِي إِنَاءٍ. And also it is forbidden to urinate in a masjid, even inside of a container, meaning even without splashing anything onto any part of the masjid. وَيُكْرَهُ الْبَوْلُ وَاقِفًا إِلَّا لِعُذْرٍ. And it is disliked to urinate standing except with an excuse. Very nice details. Nice details with the lightness of the presentation. The lightness of the presentation. For a long time, I wished I could read the explanation of Al-Basir for Abu Shuja, like public lesson, but the book is too heavy. Even though it's an explanation for Abu Shuja, I feel like it's too advanced. But maybe we'll see if one day we can tackle it. وَيُسَنُّ لِدَاخِلِ الْخَلَاءِ الْإِسْتِعَاذَةِ. And it is also recommended for the one who enters the khala, so the bathroom, the lavatory, the outhouse, to seek refuge. لِمَا رَوَاهُ الشَّيْخَانِ وَأَصْحَابُ السُّنَنِ الْأَرْبَعَةِ. So what the Shaykh is doing here, he is expanding. He is going further than how Abu Shuja' went. And that's fine because this is a sharh, an explanation. And the word sharh in Arabic means expansion. So he's going further, and he says it is sunnah for the one who enters the what do they call it? Commode, also to seek refuge because of lima rawahu shaykhani wa ashabu sunani al-arba'ah, because of what the two sheikhs and the authors, the four authors of the sunan have narrated. So the six, because of what was narrated by the six. So yeah, the sheikh could have said that what was narrated by the six, but he said what was narrated by the two sheikhs and the four authors of the sunans. So someone like the sheikh, he doesn't do those things heedlessly, not usually. عن أنس أنه قال, from Anas, that he said كان النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم إذا دخل الخلاء قال اللهم إني أعوذ بك من الخبث والخبائث. That when the Prophet ﷺ would enter the commode, the outhouse, etc., he would say, "Oh Allah, indeed I seek refuge with you from the male and female devils." أي من ذكور الشياطين وإناثها, meaning what I just translated for you. فإنهم حبب إليهم الخلاء. Indeed, they like the bathroom. They like it. They find it appealing. They like to go there. أما مؤمن الجن فيكرهونه. As for the believing jinn, they hate it. Subhanallah wa bihamdi. Subhanallah wa bihamdi. ويسن أن يقول قبل أن يطأ بيت الخلاء إذا أراد دخوله لقضاء الحاجة بسم الله. And it is recommended to say when stepping into the outhouse, and when he wants to, not and, it is sunnah to say before. ويسن أن يقول قبل أن يطأ بيت الخلاء. It is sunnah to say before stepping into the bathroom. إذا أراد دخوله, when he wants to go in there, لقضاء الحاجة, for relieving himself. Bismillah. So that's what Sheikh says here. He said it's sunnah for him to do that before he steps in there when he wants to relieve himself. So what if he does not want to relieve himself? I don't know. So when he said, because when someone like the Sheikh, when he says something, you pay attention to it. And when he does not say something, you pay attention to it. So did he say it because there is something? If there is a difference, I don't know. Sometimes I pay attention to those things, and then when I ask, and maybe the one I'm asking doesn't know. Also, why they said it like this? They would say, oh, what? What's the issue? Yeah, maybe it didn't cross his mind. What's even my question? So why you just didn't say it like that? No. But sometimes I get something though. So why he said it like this? And it would be because such and such, and then I will know. So that's why I ask. وَيُسَنُّ أَنْ يَقُولَ بَعْدَ خُرُوجِهِ. And it is recommended that he would say after leaving, غُفْرَانَكَ, I seek your forgiveness. But by itself just says, your forgiveness, meaning I seek it. Like, your pardon. As if to say, I beg your pardon, O my Lord. لما رواه أحمد وغيره عن عائشة رضي الله عنها أن النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم كان إذا خرج من الغائط, because of what Ahmed and others narrated from Aisha, may Allah accept from her, that the Prophet صلى الله عليه وسلم, when he wanted to leave after defecating, he would say غفرانك, your pardon. وَيُسَنُّ أَنْ يَحْمَدَ اللَّهَ تَعَالَى. And it is recommended, it is sunnah, to praise God, exalted is He. فيقول, and so he would say, الحمد لله الذي أذهب عني الأذى وعافاني. Praise be to Allah who took the excrement out of me and gave me well-being. ويسن أن يبعد عن الناس في الصحراء إلى حيث لا يسمع للخارج صوت ولا يشم له ريح. And it is recommended to go away from the people when in the open, where what comes out is inaudible, so that what comes out is inaudible to the others, nor would it have a smell to them. Its smell would not reach them. Okay, so now I just ran through this paragraph. That's a lot of information. Now, if you are being tested, you have two different cases. You have the case of just taking the book. They aren't taking it because you call for free. For free, I mean, without a test. I, mashallah, give a lot of lessons for free. Yani, both ways. For free in the literal sense and for free in this sense I'm giving you now. Alhamdulillah. And maybe I should give more tests. I just like to keep going. It's my impatience, really, to be honest with you, that I don't test you more. Wanting to go over more and more knowledge and not stop. And I'm leaving the test to others and leaving you to study for yourselves. Like, for example, I studied for myself before I went overseas to study. I still was studying. And you studied too. Some of you study. Alhamdulillah. That's your lifestyle. You're going to make that. It is part of your lifestyle, being busy with the knowledge and loving the knowledge. And that's your way until you die. Inshallah, if you live to be old, you're going to be old person with knowledge. You'll be sitting there, your back hunched, and your belly now is maybe protruding, unless Allah will for you to stay slim. And khalas, you have knowledge though. An old person with knowledge, this is good. Then inshallah, you'll die as a believer and enter paradise. And inshallah, you are a young person with knowledge, and that's so good. Alhamdulillah. May Allah make us like that. Ameen. So this was a lot of information. Let's back up here. Because if you are, though, being tested, then you can't just run through the information. Remember that it is likely, unless you have photographic memory, it is likely that you will not retain most of what you hear. You must review and repeat. Let's repeat real quick here and unravel more what the Sheikh just said. So, but we still don't have a lot of time. So, قال المؤلف رحمه الله, the author, may Allah have mercy upon him, said, nor should he face the sun or the moon, nor turn his back to them. Okay, that part's clear. We are saying this saying here doesn't have to be deemed as disliked. It doesn't have a legal evidence. So it's less than disliked. What's less than disliked, by the way? Does anyone know? Can you tell me what is less than disliked? What's the word for that? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Less than disliked is called khilaf al-awla. Just call it right. Khilaf al-awla. Khilaf al-awla, which very simply means not better. Not better. So not better is less than disliked. we first learned about not better, and some people think that's too loose. They would prefer to say something like better to avoid or something like this. Anyway, I like not better because it's simple and straightforward. So not better, when we first learned about khilaful awla, it wasn't clear for us, myself and others too. So what is that? Why it's not makruh? What does it mean? So what this means, this goes back to actually how these scholars investigate the proof for the judgment. How do the scholars investigate the proof for the judgment? Now I'm not equipped really to tell you the difference between khilaful awla and makruh, and it's not the space to do it also because we're in a rush. I'm in a rush. But I do need to review that. That is something. Khilaful awla, keep that there on deck, as they say. Then, so here the Shaykh, he explained what the author said about not facing the sun or the moon, and he finished it. Before moving on, because as you can see here in the Metin, you can see the next section is Invalidators of Wudu. So before moving on to the next section, the Sheikh gave us more information. Now, if you are being tested, meaning you're taking this book here, for example, or any book, then you cannot rely only on the metin to pass the test. What do you do with the metin? The metin, which is the bare text, you memorize it verbatim. Memorize it verbatim. Inshallah, you're going to go to a mahed or something, jamia, if you get a chance, go overseas, or join one that is where you are in your town, but a good one. Then this is what you must do. Be mentally prepared. And do it on your own too. Memorize a metin. That's a life goal there. Memorize a metin before you die. And pick something that's achievable for yourself. So you're going to memorize the metin, and you have to memorize the ayat and the hadith. Memorize the proofs. What do you have to memorize verbatim? The metin verbatim. The proofs verbatim. So the hadith, the ayat, and any quotes, you might, depends on how strict your sheikh is, you might be able to cite the quotes of scholars with slight alteration in the statements, as long as you don't get it wrong. Like if I were the sheikh and it's the quote of a Nawawi or someone else, I probably might not be very strict if you just switched something small in there. It's not like an ayah or a hadith. And also, you need to make sure your rules are exactified. For example, didn't we say it's disliked to talk while you're in the area of relieving yourself? Sorry. See, right there. It's not disliked to talk while you're in the area of relieving yourself. Well, I'm reviewing with you now. I'm benefiting. It is not disliked to talk in the area of relieving yourself, but it is disliked to make dhikr in the area where you're relieving yourself, and is disliked to talk while the excrement is coming out. When you study, you have to exactify your cases to make sure you don't mix them up and say them wrong. So you're going to extract things out of the book, put them into your notes, put them in a way you can remember them, maybe draw charts, things that help you remember, etc. Write something out and then memorize your own notes. That was something I used to do. That was easy to memorize. For me to actually write something and then memorize what I wrote sticks very well. So if I were to get tested in this, I would expect that this information here, all this extra information that the Sheikh just gave, is coming. So let me prepare. What does he say here? He says, and I'll just translate for now, it is forbidden to urinate on the grave of a Muslim, like it is forbidden to squat upon it for relieving oneself. Okay. So, in meaning, that would go here. Didn't Abu Shuja mention what's forbidden? He mentioned what's forbidden here. One refrains from facing the Qibla and from turning his back to it in the open land. And then he mentioned what is not forbidden, but what you should avoid. Here, he did mention what is forbidden. Here in the explanation, Sheikh went back and talked about some things that are forbidden. So it's possible to put this around here. And where the Sheikh put it also is a good place. So he said, it is forbidden to urinate on the grave of a Muslim and to squat upon the grave of a Muslim to defecate. And it is forbidden to urinate in a masjid, even in a container. So that's two more cases that are forbidden. So we have here really a total of 3 forbidden cases, 1 from the text and 2 from the explanation. Is there something else up there? Did he add? Just look real quick. In this paragraph about facing the Qibla or turning the back to it, he explained that he didn't add a new case there, okay? And in there, he talked about the rules of the barrier. And he talked about the case of relieving oneself in a place prepared for relieving oneself. So he didn't add a new case of prohibition here, but he did add a case of dislikeness here, which is that if you have a barrier, then it's still disliked to face the Qibla or turn your back to it in the open. It's just not haram. Okay. Then he went to talk about what is not haram, but be mindful, could possibly be haram, like if that still water belonged to someone else, or that fruit-bearing tree belonged to someone else. And by the way, look how the Prophet ﷺ guided us to avoid what would cause people to send curses upon you. Don't forget, Allah might even answer the dua of a kafir. It's not impossible. Didn't the Prophet ﷺ say, beware of the dua of the one who was wronged, even a kafir? And didn't the Prophet ﷺ also teach a kafir a dua? Yes, he did. He taught him to say, inshallah, I'll remember. Inshallah, I'll remember. I'll bring it back to you. If you remember, remind me the dua. Okay. So then this is not haram, and the hole is not haram. And he added for us also what he should avoid, urinating into the gust of wind. We got the rules about speaking here. And then the case about facing the sun or the moon or turning the back to it. Okay. Alhamdulillah. Now, so then we have a total then of 3 haram cases here so far. Facing the Qibla or turning the back to it in the open without a barrier. Also, urinating or defecating on a Muslim's grave. Or urinating, he says here, urinating in a masjid. Yeah, and defecating too, but he didn't mention defecating here. Okay. And he gave us another case of disliked another disliked case, which is urinating while standing without an excuse. An example of an excuse is like the doctor prescribed for you to stand while urinating. Or, it's just an example. I'm not saying if the doctor didn't do it, then you don't have an excuse. It's just an example. If you were to stand while urinating, then do not urinate upon something hard. Do not urinate upon something hard, because what? Then it's gonna splash. Yeah. So I don't know why some people feel safe to urinate in the urinal on the wall, just only inches away. Subhanallah. Even if you're flushing it at the same time, the water's flowing, you still splash there. Alhamdulillah, even as a kid, before Islam, by many, many years, there came a point where I said, this urine is getting on me. I don't want to urinate here at the wall. I will urinate somewhere else. Alhamdulillah. Maybe that's the fitrah, inshallah. Okay, so what else the Shaykh has here? He says, and it is sunnah to make isti'adha when you enter the bathroom, seek refuge. So isti'adha is a broad term, and he gave a specific formula. Allahumma inni a'udhu bika min al-khubuthi wal-khaba'ith. And you can say khubthi with a sukoon on the ba, and you can say khubuthi with a dhamma on the ba. The khubth are the male devils, and the khaba'ith are the female devils. Okay, so a sunnah then is to do the isti'adha. Who narrated this isti'adha? Al-Shaykhan wa Ashabu Sunan al-Arba'a. All six. How I'm going to remember that. All six narrated the isti'adha for entering the bathroom. All six narrated the isti'adha for entering the bathroom. Inshallah, we'll remember. All six narrated the isti'adha for entering the bathroom. Now, I'll be honest with you. Sometimes I'll test my sheikh in the test. How would I do that? Like here. What I might do, I might say, Rawahu Sitta. Doesn't say Sitta here. And I just want to see what Sheikh's going to do on the test. Is he going to say something or what? Yes. And subhanAllah, one time, two times. I did this 2 times. One time, different subject. I took a test. There was a question. I gave an answer in a certain way. I wanted to see what Sheikh was going to say to my answer. He approved it. I said, Alhamdulillah. Another time, got the same thing, but from a different Sheikh. And I thought he's not going to approve it, the answer. And I gave the answer, and he didn't approve it because of the way I put it. So then I knew. So you want to know your Sheikh, his style. I took a chance there. So that means it took away from my mark on the test. Okay, so one sunnah is to seek refuge before entering, and that's narrated by the 6. Okay, and it is sunnah before entering. If you want to relieve yourself, though, I'm going to say it what Sheikh said there. قبل أن يطأ بيت الخلاء إذا أراد قضاء الحاجة. إذا أراد دخوله لقضاء الحاجة. Right there. That's an example. قبل أن يطأ بيت الخلاء إذا أراد دخوله لقضاء الحاجة. I'm going to say what the Sheikh said. What if I forgot the word دخوله? قبل أن يطأ بيت الخلاء إذا أراد قضاء الحاجة. So something like that, probably Sheikh's going to let it slide for you because statement of a scholar, and you didn't really pervert it or something, might though have missed a word that's not very vital. So then you won't get your mark taken. But don't do that with a hadith or an ayah. You make sure you memorize it exactly. Or the matan. وَيُسَنُّ أَنْ يَقُولَ بَعْدَ خُرُوجِهِ غُفْرَانَكَ. Okay, and it's sunnah to say after leaving غُفْرَانَكَ. So it's sunnah to say before entering, as narrated by the six, an isti'adha, the isti'adha. He did say al-isti'adha, the isti'adha. It's possible he means this one in particular. It's possible he means to make isti'adha, and here is a specific formula that is the one for this occasion, if you want to do the one for this occasion. Because then it's going to have its secret. The prescribed formula is going to have its secret. That's why if the Prophet said, do it this many times, do it that many times, not more or less. Do it at this time, then do it at that time, not another time. And he might do it at another time, but do it at that time so to get the secret. Do it the way the Prophet prescribed for you. Sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. Okay, so sunnah to seek refuge before entering as narrated by the six. And it is sunnah also to before stepping in, if you want to relieve yourself, it's sunnah before stepping in, if you want to relieve yourself, to say Bismillah. Yes. Also an advantage that I have sometimes that I can remember it in English and then I can translate it back into Arabic. It's sunnah before stepping into the bathroom, if one is entering it to relieve himself. Before stepping into the bathroom, if one is entering it to relieve himself, to say Bismillah. That's second sunnah. And it's sunnah when coming out to say Ghufranak. That's narrated by Ahmed. Ghufranak, narrated by Ahmed. Now I'm not going to forget, inshallah. What makes me remember? Ghufranak, narrated by Ahmed, because it almost rhymes. It almost rhymes. Ghufranak. Now I'm going to remember Ahmed, inshallah. And others. An Aisha. Now your sheikh though, if you didn't say Ahmed and others, if you just said Ahmed, probably he'll approve of that. Because it was not binding, it wasn't the deal that you had to memorize the explanation verbatim. If it was, then it would be. From Aisha, also, usually they don't ask you which companion narrated it from the Prophet. That usually doesn't come in the test. If the question were about the proof or the hadith, then he wants the hadith verbatim and who narrated it. Okay, so we have three sunnahs here. The isti'adha before entering, and saying Bismillah before one enters the bathroom if he wants to relieve himself. And to say Ghufranak, as narrated by Ahmed, when coming out. And it is sunnah to praise Allah. That means when coming out too. And that praising Allah, so he says to praise Allah. Also, by itself is generic term, to praise Allah, to say the hamd. But there is a specific formula. Alhamdulillahi alladhi adhaba anni al-adha wa afani. With the fatha on the ya or not. Adhaba anni al-adha. Adhaba anni al-adha wa afani. Praise be to Allah who made the excrement come out of me and he gave me well-being. Who narrated that? Narrated by Ibn Majah. Ibn Majah. Ibn Majah narrated this. How I'm going to remember that. Alhamdulillahi alladhi adhaba anni al-adha wa afani. Alhamdulillahi alladhi adhaba anni al-adha wa afani. I know I'm going to remember Ibn Majah. I'm going to remember Ibn Majah. This is how you do tricks to help you remember. So now what I'm going to do, Ibn Majah ends with a ha. Ibn Majah. Now, inshallah, unless I forget, this ha right here in the word adhab is going to remind me. Adhaba. Alhamdulillahi alladhi adhaba anni al-adha wa afani. Oh, who narrated this? I'm scanning the hadith. Who narrated adhaba? Ibn Majah. Alhamdulillah. Hopefully I won't forget. وَيُسَنُّ أَنْ يَبْعُدَ, and it's going to be sunnah to go far from the people. So how many sunnahs is that? It's sunnah to go far from the people. It's sunnah to praise Allah. It's sunnah to say ghufranak when you come out. It's sunnah to say Bismillah before you go in. It's sunnah to seek refuge before you go in. That's 5 sunan. 5 sunan that the Shaykh added here. Look, we had to pause there to break it down more. Or else what's going to happen? If we went so fast, then very little of this information is going to stick, unless you have photographic memory. Even for me, I'm reading it to you. But now, inshallah, it's going to be firmer for us. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, the author, may Allah have mercy upon him, said, Fasl, section. والذي ينقض الوضوء 6 أشياء ما خرج من السبيلين. That which invalidates the wudu are 6 things. ما خرج من السبيلين, whatever comes from the eliminatory outlets, whatever comes from the 2 passages, pathways, السبيل, السبيلان. الشرح, the explanation. الأول من نواقض الوضوء ما خرج من أحد سبيلين. The first of the invalidators of the wudu is what comes from either one of the 2 passages, so front or back. والأصل في ذلك قوله تعالى, and the source of that is God's saying, أو جاء أحد منكم من الغائط, أو جاء أحد منكم من الغائط, أو جاء أحد منكم من الغائط. Or if one of you comes from the غائط, al-ayah, etc. The غائط. So here, did the Shaykh explain what's غائط? He didn't explain what's غائط. Yeah, because he's so smart, rahimahullah. Meaning, as if it is. And we're paying attention to what he did not do. He produced the ayah that mentions the غائط and didn't explain what is the غائط, the meaning of غائط. Because in these days, people understand غائط to mean feces, but in the ayah here, غائط means the low, tranquil, yani solitary place. The low, tranquil place of solitude where one relieves himself. That's the غائط. Why he didn't say what it means here? As if he's saying, you know it. Or as if he's saying, it has been explained. Or as if he's saying, whoever explains this book will explain it to you. I'm not going to say right now. Yes. Subhanallah wa bihamdi. Okay. So this is proof that what comes from either of the 2 passages will invalidate the wudu. سواء كان جافا جافا أم رطبا معتادا كالبول أو غير معتاد كالدم والحصاة والدود. Whether it were dry or moist or normal like urine or abnormal like blood and pebbles and worms. قليلا أم كثيرا, a lot or a little, you know all that. بخلاف المني, as opposed to semen. فإنه يوجب الغسل, it makes غسل obligatory. ولا ينقض الوضوء عند الشافعي, and it does not invalidate the wudu according to Shafi'i. The passage of the semen, the ejaculation. وكذا ينقض خروج الريح من القبول على ندرة. And likewise, the passage of air from the front invalidates the wudu, though it is rare. وقال مالك, and Malik said, إن خروج الدود من الفرج لا ينقض الوضوء. The emergence of worms from the private part does not invalidate the wudu. Okay. So here, that's standard explanation here. Many things the Shaykh could have said here. He did not here talk about the case of the hermaphrodite. He also here did not say why mani coming out does not break the wudu. In a way he did. He says because it makes ghusl obligatory. But you might say, so why still don't break the wudu though? I didn't get it. And I'd like to tell you. Because the mani makes the bigger of two things obligatory. When the greater of two things becomes obligatory, then the lesser of them is not obligatory. So, for example, if someone commits some indecent acts, then the caliph, depending on what that is, the caliph might beat him or shout at him only. So that's not the worst punishment. But depending on what he did, then he might have to get whipped or he might have to get stoned. So if he's going to get stoned, are you going to whip him? You're not going to whip him if he's going to get stoned. If he's going to get whipped, are you going to just shout at him? You're not going to just shout at him if he's going to get whipped. Like this. When the greater of two matters becomes obligatory, then you're not going to do the lesser one. The mani makes the ghusl obligatory, so it's not going to make the wudu obligatory. Now here I gave you extra information. It's not here in the book, and we are in a rush, but such a nice detail that I wanted to give it to you. Okay. And to make more clear for you what this rule is, crystal clear without any ambiguity. What is it that breaks the wudu here? Actually, the way Abu Shuja worded it, someone might be able to say something. Wow. So yeah, something just crossed my mind. But what did he say here? What exits from the two passages breaks the wudu? Okay. True. But what is it exactly? There's out of all of that, there's what comes out of the passages are many things, right? There's numerous things that come out. Yes. So what is it exactly that breaks the wudu? It's the exiting. The exiting that breaks the wudu. So Abu Shujai said, what? If ma here means what? What came out breaks the wudu. Okay. But someone else might say, khuruju shay. The exiting of something breaks the wudu. The exiting breaks the wudu. So what this means is, if something were to be inserted into the private part, inserted, the insertion does not break the wudu. But this very thing, if you were to pull it back, it's going to break the wudu. Because whatever you pulled back then came out. So that's the meaning of what breaks the wudu here. It is the exiting that breaks the wudu. Let me know if that's not clear for you. Yani, he had, for example, a man inserted a Q-tip into his penis, and it didn't go all the way in. So that insertion does not break the wudu. But once he start pulling, just as soon as he start pulling, his wudu is broken. Because by something coming out, then his wudu is broken. So then makes it clear for you. Some woman, for example, is going to ask you, I found moisture. This is moisture, normal moisture, some normal moisture from the private part. It is not the urine or the other known things. Maybe it is something akin to a mucus or like a saliva for that area. It's normal. And I found it, she would say, I found it on my clothing. Is my wudu broken? So it's the answer, yes, wudu is broken. So I think the case is very clear for you now. Not that it wasn't before, but even more clear. It's possible to clarify what is clear. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, the author, may Allah have mercy upon him, said, وَالنَّوْمُ عَلَى غَيْرِ هَيْئَةِ الْمُتَمَكِّنِ, sleeping without being positioned as one who is firmly seated. Yes, الشرح, the explanation. كذلك من نواقض الوضوء النوم على غير هيئة المتمكن. Likewise, amongst the invalidators of wudu is sleeping upon other than the form of someone firmly planted. أي بغير حالة القعود مع إلزاق المقعدة بالأرض. Meaning, without being seated, in particular, yani seated as opposed to standing, laying, etc., with the rump, the backside planted, ilzaq, sticking to, yani planted on the ground. The ground is not a rule. The ground itself is not a restriction, even on an animal. And even if what you are leaning against, if it were to be removed, if it were removed, you would fall back. Even still, as long as your buttocks is firmly planted while sitting, firmly planted while sitting. So remove either of those, your wudu will be broken if you sleep. One of them is firmly planted. It's not firmly planted, your wudu will be broken. When you wake up, regard your wudu as broken. While sitting. So if it were firmly planted without sitting, somehow your rump was firmly planted against the wall while standing, or firmly planted while laying down somehow, it's not going to preserve your wudu. Firmly planted while sitting. بحيث لا يبقى تجاف بينه وبين الأرض, in such a way that there is no space between one's rump and the ground or the surface. وكذلك وذلك لقول رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم, that is due to the saying of the Messenger of Allah صلى الله عليه وسلم, العينان وكاء السهم فمن نام فليتوضأ. العينان وكاء السهم. العينان وكاء السهم فمن نام فليتوضأ. العينان وكاء السهم فمن نام فليتوضأ. العينان وكاء السهم. فَمَنْ نَامَ فَلْيَتَوَضَّأْ. The two eyes. The eyes are the tie of the anus. So, translating literally, of course. The eyes are the tie for the anus. So, anyone who slept, let him make wudu. Also, the Shaykh didn't explain the words here. There's a footnote though. وكاء السهي أي حفاظه عن أن يخرج منه شيء والوكاء بالكسر ما يشد به الكيس أو نحوه والسه الدبر. انتهى فيض القدير. Yeah. Okay, there's a footnote here, but the Shaykh here, he didn't explain the hadith. Because these words need explanation. So it's like, really, with the simplicity of this explanation, it still does require a certain level. Because he didn't spell out everything. He's explaining the words of the author, and then he says words in his explanation that need explanation. And he could, if he wanted to, explain his own words. But he didn't explain his own words while explaining what the author said. So then you're going to explain that. For example, if you were teaching it to someone. Now I just translated it for you. Footnote means what I just told you. The wika with a kasra on the waw is that by which a bag is fastened or the like. And the seh is the anus. So like how I translated it for you very literally. Okay. And what about the aynan, the eyes? It means consciousness. Being woke. It means as long as you are conscious, then you have the muscle control and you can hold it. That's the meaning of saying the eyes are the tie of the anus. Except that in Arabic it sounds so much nicer. So anyone who slept, then let him make wudu. Rawahu Abu Dawood. Abu Dawood narrated this hadith. Al-aynani wika'u sah. فَمَنْ نَامَ فَلْيَتَوَضَّأْ. Rawahu Abu Dawood. فَمَنْ نَامَ فَلْيَتَوَضَّأْ. Abu Dawood narrated this. How I'm going to remember that? Abu Dawood narrated this. Because I don't have photographic memory. Al-aynani wika'u sah. فَمَنْ نَامَ فَلْيَتَوَضَّأْ. What comes to my mind to help me remember this, inshallah I won't forget it, is this dad here is going to remind me of the dal in Abu Dawood. فَلْيَتَوَضَّأْ, narrated by Abu Dawood. Whoever, the aynan, al-aynani wika'u sah, فَمَنْ نَامَ فَلْيَتَوَضَّأْ, narrated by Abu Dawood. Inshallah I won't forget. Bismillah. Bismillahi alayhi wa bismillahi alaykum. أما الأنبياء عليهم السلام فلا ينتقض وضوءهم بالنوم. As for the prophets, may peace be upon him, their wudu is not broken by sleep. That's nice detail. Not necessary for understanding the fiqh. So he gave you something to add to your faith. والنوم حقيقته استرخاء البدن وزوال شعوره وخفاء كلام من عنده. And no, sleep, its reality is the limpness of the body, for the body to go limp, and for its feeling to vanish, and for speech to become unheard, and for the speech of anyone around him to become unheard. وَلَيْسَ فِي مَعْنَاهُ النُّعَاسِ. And this is not what drowsiness is. But look here. So what the Shaykh could ask. Define sleep. Your definitions are amongst the things that you want to remember verbatim. والنوم حقيقته استرخاء البدن وزوال شعوره وخفاء كلام من عنده. والنوم حقيقته استرخاء البدن وزوال شعوره وخفاء كلام من عنده. النوم حقيقته استرخاء البدن وزوال شعوره وخفاء كلام من عنده. Inshallah, I'll remember. Sleep, its reality is the body's going limp and its feeling vanishing, and for the speech of anyone around him to become unheard to him. وليس في معناه النعاس. This is not what nu'as means. فإنه لا ينقض الوضوء بكل حال. Indeed, drowsiness, nu'as, does not break wudu at all. والفرق بين النوم والنعاس أن النعاس يسمع فيه الكلام. And the difference between sleep and drowsiness is that during drowsiness, speech is still audible to the drowsy one. لكن لا يفهم. He does not understand it though. ولا ترى فيه رؤيا بخلاف النوم. And a dream is not seen in mere drowsiness as opposed to sleep. So what could the sheikh ask in a test? What is the difference between sleep and drowsiness? So he mentioned two things here. That he says the drowsiness, you can still hear the speech, though you don't understand it. And the drowsiness does not have dreams. The drowsiness, you can still hear the speech, even if not understanding it. And the drowsiness does not have dreams. So therefore, if you saw a dream, then just don't be confused. Say your wudu is broken. And don't say, I did see a dream, but I feel like I wasn't asleep. Khalas, he saw a dream, go make wudu. قال المؤلف رحمه الله وزوال العقل بسكر أو مرض. The author, may Allah have mercy upon him, said the loss of sanity due to drunkenness or sickness. So, like this is an example. I asked, why he said due to drunkenness or sickness? Why he didn't just say loss of mind? I'm asking because I really want to know. And yeah, I came to know some people, maybe they don't like some questions. I'm not talking about the sheikh, I'm talking about other people. Maybe they don't like those questions. But sometimes some questions annoy the sheikh. It's true. I know from my own personal experience. My own personal experience made me understand why it seemed like sometimes some of the sheikhs were annoyed with me when I was asking questions. So I try to be mindful when I ask any sheikh a question and respectful, and not to go too far. They are humans after all. الشرح الثالث من نواقض الوضوء زوال العقل بجنون أو إغماء أو سكر. The explanation is that the third of the invalidators of wudu is the loss of mind, or vanishing, zawal, the vanishing of mind, the going away of the mind. And he gave ways it goes away. Yani, I did ask why he said bisukrin o marad, so I didn't get a clear answer. That what's the question was like, why? What's the meaning of the question? So meaning of the question was, is there something there? Although I personally find something there, which is that he gave ways. He listed here some ways of insanity. Could be by way of intoxication, could be by way of sickness. But I didn't hear that. That's what he did, but just was crossed my mind only. because of comparing this to other things that I've studied, where a scholar would say something. He would say, because of such and such is the rule, like this way or that way, and this way and that way. So maybe that's all he was doing here. So he says, the third of the invalidators of wudu is the vanishing of the mind by insanity or being comatose. Irma, could say fainting. You might say coma. I'm just saying maybe encompassing word. Being comatose, that means deeper than sleep, not mere sleep. Or by drunkenness, ولو كان سكره على وجه لا يعصي به. Even if this drunkenness were in a non-sinful way. كأن شرب شرابا ظنه غير مسكر, like for him to drink something thinking it's not intoxicating, فأسكره, but it intoxicated him. And for example, it was spiked and he didn't know. انتقض وضوءه, his wudu goes away. We're not talking about the onset of the intoxication only. We mean the loss of mind. But as long as a person still has his mind, he still has his wudu, and he still has his accountability. So his, what one might call the buzz, does not break his wudu. His tipsiness, being tipsy, does not mean his wudu is gone. His lack of balance does not mean his wudu is gone. وَكَذَا الْوَلِي, and likewise the saint, إِنْ غَابَ عَقْلُهُ بِالْوَجْدِ, if his mind is absent due to the love of God, which is called here al-wajd. So it's an emotion. It's an emotion. It's not a sickness. And it's not intoxication. It's an emotion. He was overcome with the love of God until he lost his mind. انتقض وضوءه, his wudu is broken. It is broken. لأنه كالمجنون, because he is like the insane, as some of the scholars might call such a wali majnoon. But what I know from our sheikh is that he calls them majzoob. 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 Not majnoon. Majzoob means taken away, pulled away, drawn away. And he was taken away. He is like the insane. فَإِذَا فَعَلَ فِي تِلْكَ الْحَالِ فِعْلًا قَبِيحًا. So then, if that saint were to do, while in that situation, something ugly, أو قال قولا قبيحا, or he said something ugly, لم يكتب عليه, it will not be written against him. Here the Sheikh gave an extra benefit because he digressed to talk about some of the situation of the saint who loses his mind. This is very beneficial explanation here. He mentions here several ways of intoxication and, he mentions here several ways of loss of mind and also digresses to briefly explain the case of a saint. The possible case of a saint. So which ways did he tell us? How many? He told us, was that 4? One is insanity, junoon. Or being comatose, or because of losing the mind by insanity. So yeah, yani the word zawal al-aql, the loss of mind, it is broader than insanity. That term itself is broader than insanity. So Abu Shuja didn't say insanity. He said the vanishing of the mind. So this vanishing of the mind, then what does it cover? Alhamdulillah. 1, insanity. 2, being comatose. 3, intoxication, meaning intoxication that takes the mind away. But my question is here, when the intoxication takes the mind away, does that become insanity? Because that's what I thought. So I'll ask, inshallah, to double check. But I'll now just follow the book. And if I were tested and a question came here, then I'll just list what the Sheikh said. Zawalul Aqli, Bijunun, O Igma, O Sukr. And also he gave a 4th case, Wajdul Wali, for the Wali to be taken away. 4 cases. Under the Sheikh documents here, 4 cases under the vanishing of the mind. قال المؤلف رحمه الله ولمس الرجل المرأة الأجنبية من غير حائل, and a man's touching a marriageable woman without a barrier. Yes. Amongst what is mentioned in some of the explanations of Abu Shuja, rahimahullah ta'ala, is that Abu Shuja, he said here in this line, Rajul and Mar'ah, man and woman, so to signify the breakage of the wudu. He didn't say something else. For example, he didn't say dhakar wa untha, male and female. He said man and woman. Although the invalidation of wudu could, by touching such a person, could start before puberty if this one has reached a stage of desirability. Like how we learned in the book of obligatory knowledge. But this is why Abu Shuja chose the words rajul and mar'ah, man and woman. Ya Allah. I ask Allah to bless my time. Ya Allah. So many things I want to do, inshallah. May Allah enable us to do the good things we want to do before we die. Ameen. May we not die while doing what is bad. Ameen. So, الشرح, the explanation. الرابع من نواقض الوضوء لمس الرجل ببشرته بشرة المرأة الأجنبية من غير حائل. The 4th of the invalidators of wudu is a man's contacting, let's say contacting here. Yes, Yani, because here there's nice detail. Alhamdulillah, another nice detail. But you call, maybe this explanation should be called nice details. Which is what? There's a difference between the lamps here, which I'm going to translate as contacting, and the mess that's coming. The mess. Because amongst the invalidators is touching the private part. He uses a different word. And so he uses a different word. Mess there. Here, lams. So if we say contact, so that's going to be like if they bumped into each other, for example, skin on skin though. By pure accident, it's going to break the wudu. So the fourth of the invalidators of wudu is a man by his epidermis, his outer skin, contacting a marriageable woman's epidermis min ghayri ha'il, without a barrier. Here saying without a barrier is emphasis, because if there's a barrier, then the skin is not contacting. وَهِيَ غَيْرُ الْمَحْرَمِ, and the marriageable woman, the stranger woman, is the one who is not the forbidden woman, forever forbidden woman. أي من يحرم نكاحها على التأبيد فلا ينقض لمس المحرم بالنسب أو الرضاع أو المصاهرة. And therefore, contacting a forever forbidden woman, an ever forbidden woman, contacting her will not invalidate the wudu. And she would be ever forbidden by blood relation or nursing or marriage. Okay. So quickly though, who is not forever forbidden? Wait, let me see if Shay's going to mention before I say something. Yeah. Who is not forever forbidden? And who is forever forbidden? Quick summary. 5 categories are forever forbidden. 5 categories: mother, sister, daughter, aunt, niece. There's categories. Categories means still has subcategories, subdivisions, because you have the mother, the one who you came out of her, and you have her mother, that's a kind of mother. You have your father's wife, that's a kind of mother. You have your wife's mother, that's a kind of mother, and others. So that's a category. Mother, sister, that's a category. Daughter, aunt, niece. These are the 5 categories of forever forbidden women. Now I don't want to run through all the different types because we're in a rush here. Who's not forever forbidden? First of all, any stranger. Stranger means she's not related to her, some woman. So she's not forbidden, meaning she's marriageable. Possibly married, you could possibly marry her. Who else also is not forever forbidden? Your wife's sister and your wife's aunt. You cannot marry her, though, as long as you're married to your wife. So there is a prohibition as long as you're married to your wife, but she will still break your wudu. Touching her will still break your wudu. Because she's not forever forbidden. She is possibly marriageable. Also, whom? Your uncle's wife. And also the cousin. And also that's it. What I was going to say. And also any adopted child. The adopted child is just going to be really like a stranger. An adopted child. Not really your child. When he grows up, once he or she gets big enough, then you're going to have to keep in mind that this one is not really your child. So you're going to follow the rules there. The rules of privacy, the rules of cover, etc. Okay, so let me back up. The explanation is that the fourth of the invalidators of wudu is for a man's epidermis to contact a stranger woman's epidermis. So that means the outer skin. Without a barrier. Without a barrier is just emphasis, because if the skin's touched, then there's no barrier. And the stranger woman is the one who is not forever forbidden. And forever forbidden, how would that be? There's three ways: blood relation, nursing, and marriage. And then I broke down 5 categories for you. So we can study that another time in more detail. قال تعالى, Allah says, أو لامستم النساء, which means, or if you touched the women. So it means, this is because this verse is about wudu invalidators. Or if you touched the women. So this breaks the wudu. ولا فرق في الرجل بين أن يكون شابا أو شيخا فاقدا للشهوة. And there is no difference between this man being a young man or being an old man without desire. An old man who has no desire. It doesn't matter. ولا فرق في المرأة بين الشابة والعجوز التي لا تشتهى. And there is no difference between a young woman and an old woman who is not desired. بخلاف لمس صغيرة لم تبلغ حد الشهوة. As opposed to contacting a girl who did not reach the level of desire. أي لا تشتهى عند ذوي الطباع السليمة, meaning she is not desirable to people of normal taste. She is not desirable to people of normal taste. So that means if you had wudu and then you touched a little girl, it's not going to break your wudu. Or a woman touched a little boy, it's not going to break her wudu. واحترز بقوله من غير حائل عما إذا كان بينهما حائل. And excluded by the author saying without a barrier is if there were between them a barrier. فإنه لا ينقض, for indeed then the wudu is not broken. That is, even if the barrier were sheer, that means thin, even sheer. If there's a barrier there, do not deem your wudu broken. Like maybe there's hose, pantyhose. So sheer. Don't be confused here. Say, there's a barrier here. عما إذا كان بينهما حائل فإنه لا ينقض كما لو لمس رجل سن امرأة أجنبية أو شعرها أو ظفرها. Just like had a man touched, contacted, just like had a man contacted the tooth of a stranger woman or her hair or her nail. واختلف قول الشافعي فيما لو حركت امرأة أجنبية يدها ولمست بشرة رجل أجنبي وهو ساكن في مكانه. Now here's a nice detail. The Shafi'is differed. The Ash-Shafi'i he has more than one saying about the case of if the woman, for example, the man or the woman, but I'm going to read it as it is here. The stranger woman, moved her hand and contacted the skin of the stranger man, the man stranger, while he was still in his place. That means, what this means is, she is the toucher and he is the touched. But could be the other way too. If he were the toucher and she was the touched. So, one rule. There's a saying here. Is there something here? Because the way we usually learn, as you know, is it doesn't matter. Who's the toucher? Who's the touched? Moving still, on purpose, by accident, it all breaks the wudu. This is the reliable and famous saying in the Shafi'i school. But here, Sheikh benefits us and gives us new information. There is a saying in the Shafi'i school that it matters who's the toucher and who's the touched. Because could mean both of them are touchers, for example. So, what does he say here? فَقَالَ مَرَّةً بِالنَّقْضِ وَمَرَّةً بِعَدَمِهِ. He once said that the wudu of the toucher is broken. And then another saying, he said the wudu, or the wudu of the touched one, that the wudu of the touched one is broken. And another time he said the wudu of the touched one is not broken. فَيَجُوزُ الْعَمَلُ بِكُلٍّ مِّنْهُمَا. And it is permissible to practice this. Meaning, you can take this saying and still be inside of the Shafi'i school. Not mixing madhabs here. وَالرَّاجِحُ فِي الْمَذْهَبِ أَنَّهُ لَا فَرْقَ بَيْنَ أَنْ يَكُونَ لَامِسًا أَوْ مَلْمُوسًا. But what is preponderant in the school is that there is no difference between being the toucher or the touched. وَلِلشَّافِعِيِّ قَوْلٌ بِالنَّقْضِ فِيمَا إِذَا لَمَسَ الرَّجُلُ مَحْرَمَهُ. And Ash-Shafi'i even has a saying about touching the forever forbidden, for that if a man touched a forever forbidden woman, it would break his wudu. Not that it's haram to touch her, but that it breaks his wudu. How? لِعُمُومِ لَفْظِ النِّسَاءِ فِي قَوْلِهِ تَعَالَى. Because of the broadness of the wording in the verse. أَوْ لَامَسْتُمُ النِّسَاء, which means, or if you touched the women. So there was a way of looking at this verse. Or if you touched the women, what about the women you could never marry? Those two? So Ash-Shafi'i has a saying that those two, touching them breaks your wudu. وَهُوَ قَوْلٌ ضَعِيفٌ. And this is a weak saying. وَالرَّاجِحُ أَنَّهُ لَا يَنْتَقِضُ. And what is preponderant is that this does not break the wudu. Very nice details there. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, said the author, may Allah have mercy upon him. ومس فرج الآدمي بباطن الكف. ومس فرج الآدمي بباطن الكف. Touching the private organ of a human with the inner hand. With the inner hand. So now we're going to say touching. So the above word, we put contacting. Lems. Here, the Arabic word is mas. We're going to say touching. We have some nice details to go here. We're going to come back. Not now. Ash-sharhu, the explanation. Al-khamisu min nawaqid al-wudu. The fifth of the wudu invalidators. And here, how many wudu invalidators are mentioned in the summary of obligatory knowledge? Tell me, please, how many wudu invalidators are mentioned in the summary of obligatory knowledge? Just give me a number. 5, 4, 3, 2,
7.
not 7. 1, 4. There are 4 wudu invalidators in the book of obligatory knowledge. One person said 5. There's 4. Here, Abu Shuja is on the 5th, according to his count. So what's in the book of obligatory knowledge? Because also amongst what is important in your studies is merging all of your information. What you took from this book, what you took from that book. How it's worded in this book, how it's worded in that book. Compare those and then increases your comprehension. In the book of obligatory knowledge, the Shaykh says amongst the invalidators of wudu are anything that comes out of the private parts, touching the skin of a marriageable woman who reached an age at which, of a marriageable female who reached the age at which she is normally desired, sleeping without the buttocks firmly planted while sitting, and the loss of mind. 4. And how Abu Shuja got beyond 4? For one thing, he separated sleep from the loss of mind. How many does he have here? Let's see. So here's 5, according to Abu Shuja's count. Ash-sharhu, the explanation. Al-khamisu min nawaqid al-wudu massu farji al-adami. The 5th of the wudu invalidators, according to the count of the author, is touching the private part of a human. Walau maqtu'a, even if it were severed. Aw min ghayrihi, or if it were someone else's. Or if it were someone else's. So right here, there's a difference between the contact and the touching. Yes, both of them are skin on skin, yes. But there's difference here. Amongst the differences is that for the contact, that's going to be between 2. The touching does not have to be between 2, meaning if a person touched his own private part, it's going to break his wudu. Even his own. Could be another's, but even his own. Whereas the contact is not for himself. So that's a difference there. وَلَوْ مَقْطُوعًا, even if it were severed, وَمِنْ غَيْرِ بَطْنِ الْكَفِ أَوْ مِنْ غَيْرِ بَطْنِ الْكَفِ, or if it were from other than the inner palm, أي الراحة. Sorry, I read that wrong. أو من غيره ولو مقطوعا, even if it were severed, أو من غيره, or even if it were someone else, ببطن الكف, with the inner palm, أي الراحة مع باطن الأصابع, with the inner fingers too, including the inner fingers, مع here, including the inner fingers. That's also another difference. The touch here is by the inner palm, where the contact there is not restricted to the inner palm. وَخَرَجَ بِقَوْلِهِ بِبَاطِنِ الْكَفِّ ظَاهِرُ الْكَفِّ, and excluded by his saying the inside of the hand is the outside of the hand. وَهُوَ مَا يَظْهَرُ عِنْدَ إِطْبَاقِ إِحْدَى الْكَفَّيْنِ, and the outside of the inner hand, the outside of the hand, not inner hand, the outside of the hand is what appears upon pressing the 2 palms against each other. مع تحامل يسير, with light pressure, pushing a little bit to make a little bit disappear. فإذا لمس ذكره بأطراف أصابعه لا ينتقض وضوءه. And so, if one touched his penis with the tips of his fingers, his wudu is not broken. وخرج بقوله الآدمي فرج البهيمة, and excluded from saying human is the sexual part of an animal. So I'm not going to say private part of an animal because their parts are not private. The animal's parts are not private. فَلَا يَنْقُضُ لَمْسُهُ الْوُضُوء. And so touching that does not break the wudu, because the whole animal is like one thing for the human. Concerning us humans, the entire animal is like one thing. So his sexual organ and his anus is nothing for us, has nothing to do with breaking anything for us. If you were to touch there, it would be like petting his back or petting his head. I mean, you're not usually going to do that, but how that's going to be like, you might be a breeder, and as a breeder, there's things you do. So you might touch part of your horse or your camel or whatever you breed. It's not going to break your wudu. Or you might be helping your animal deliver. You have a cow, the baby's not coming out, the little calf's not coming out. You stick your hands in there with no gloves, for example. It's not going to break your wudu. SubhanAllah. See how the fiqh gives you experience before experience and make you aware of many things. وعند الحنفية لا ينقض مس الذكر. And according to the Hanafis, touching the penis does not invalidate. ولا لمس المرأة الأجنبية بغير حائل, nor contacting the female stranger, the woman stranger, without a barrier. Yes, I like these choice of words here. I feel like just made the case even more clear for myself as I'm reviewing with you. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, the author, may Allah have mercy upon him, said ومس حلقة دبره على الجديد, and touching the anus according to the new school. الشرح, the explanation. السادس من نواقض الوضوء مس حلقة دبره. The sixth of the invalidators of wudu is touching one's anus. Is for one to touch the anus. So Abu Shuja has 6 invalidators here. The summary of obligatory knowledge has 4. And amongst the things that got Abu Shuja to 6 is that he separated the anus from the private part in the mentioning here. He said touching the private part of the human is 5 and touching the anus is 6. So in the summary of obligatory knowledge, it just mentions touching the private part, and that includes the anus. So there was 1, counted as 1. الشرح على الجديد, according to the new school, the explanation. السادس من نواقض الوضوء مس حلقة دبره. The 6th of the invalidators of wudu is touching the anus. A ملتقى المنفذ, meaning the spot of where the excrement exits. على القول الجديد, according to the new saying. عند الشافعي, the new saying according to الشافعي. وعلى القديم لا ينقض مس الحلقة, and according to the old saying, touching the anus does not invalidate the wudu. And so this is why Abu Shuja separated them. So Abu Shuja here, he benefited us by introducing here in his text to the learner that Ash-Shafi'i has 2 madhabs, an old one and a new one. Yes, may Allah have mercy on Abu Shuja, because maybe that's the first time many of us knew about that, by learning the text of Abu Shuja, that Ash-Shafi'i has 2 madhabs. May Allah reward Abu Shuja greatly. Maybe he has a lot of reward for that detail there. Yes. Because what? These scholars not saying things for no reason. Okay. So this is explained. The Sheikh just explained it. Okay. Now, though, there's something in the text that needs to be explained, which is, what does this mean? Ala al-jadid. What he explained so far is touching the anus. So he explained that right here in this line and a half, approximately. Well, if you're explaining a text, you want to explain all the words in the text. So what does that mean? According to the new school, here he starts to explain. He says, الشافعي رحمه الله تعالى ولد بغزة. الشافعي, may Allah have mercy upon him, was born in Gaza. وقيل بعسقلان, and it was said that he was born in Ascalon. I think that's how you say it in English. وقيل باليمن, and it was said that he was born in Yemen. ثم سكن الحجاز لطلب العلم. Then he lived in the Hijaz for seeking the knowledge. So the Hijaz is the area of Mecca and Medina and Al-Ta'if. ومكث مدة باليمن, and he stayed for a time in Al-Yemen. ثم توجه إلى العراق, then he went to Iraq. So, and the travel is amongst the things that contributes to the intellect of the human. It's a good thing. Yeah, it's a beneficial thing. And also, just for your quick information, if you live in the city, it's good to get out the city, just even to relieve your eyes, so your vision can go far. That's a real thing there. If you live in the city and there's buildings, crowds your vision. Get out the city so you can relieve your vision. That's a valid reason to travel and shorten your prayers. That's a valid reason just to travel and shorten your prayers, to relieve your vision. Okay, the Shaykh says here, rahimahullah. So then he went to Iraq. فَأَلَّفَ مَذْهَبَهُ الْقَدِيمِ. There, in Iraq, he authored his old school and his prior one. هناك ثم استقر بمصر, and then he settled in Egypt حتى توفي, and that's where he died. وألف فيها مذهبه الجديد. There he authored his new school. وكان ذلك بسبب الاختلاف في اجتهاده, and that was due to his ijtihad changing. كما اختلف اجتهاد من قبله من الأئمة من الصحابة وغيرهم. Just like the ijtihad of those before him changed sometimes, whether companions or others. فقد ثبت عن عمر بن الخطاب أنه اختلف اجتهاده في بعض مسائل الميراث. It is confirmed that Umar ibn al-Khattab's ijtihad changed in some inheritance cases. فقال قولا باجتهاده ثم قال خلافه في العام القابل. He said a saying by his ijtihad, and then he said a contrary saying the following year. وكان يقول, and he said, and he commented on that. ذاك على ما قضينا وهذا على ما نقضي. That is according to what we have judged. This is according to what we now judge. That's his quote. Would the Sheikh ask for this? Now, I wouldn't think that a Sheikh would ask for this in the test, though it's in the book. Remember, everything in the book is fair game when it comes to the tests. You got to study everything. But also, you need to know your Sheikh and also his goals, like to make sure you understand the Masail, that you memorize the very important things. And for you, you need to be able to recognize what has more or less priority when it comes to studying, when it comes to teaching people. That's how sometimes you leave out something on purpose, out of wisdom, not out of hiding the knowledge, or the likes of this. I would not anticipate that this would come on a test. But if It were. And he only had one sheikh that, for me, is completely unpredictable. I have no idea. You must know everything. That sheikh, one time, I think I mentioned this story before, and his tests were so tricky. I could never get the grade I want. And his tests were like riddles. I did pass though, alhamdulillah. So one time I said, no, I'm going to pass this test with flying colors, inshallah. And I studied the book that we were studying and two more books on top of that until I knew all the cases. Yani, I was so confident about any case in the subject. I went into that test like my chest is puffed out, but there was something I didn't do. I did not memorize the lines of poetry that were in the lesson, in the chapter. There were lines of poetry in the chapter. I didn't memorize those. It's the only thing I didn't do. What he did, that's the only thing he asked for. La hawla wa la quwwata illa billah. I was so upset, subhanallah. وكذلك اختلف قول علي رضي الله عنه في بيع أمهات الأولاد. And likewise, Ali has more than one saying about selling the slave woman who gave birth to her master's child. That's not an encompassing definition, it's just a general one. Because maybe the baby, maybe it was a miscarriage. She's still going to be one of those. Ummahatul awlad. Ummahatul awlad is plural of walad. Mother of al-walad, the child, mother of the child. If I say now, the child's mother, that's going to be easy for me than saying something, easier for me than saying something else. So what that means now, the child's mother, quote unquote, this means right here, the slave woman who got pregnant by the master. And was the baby born alive or not? All that's another thing. So I'm going to call her the child's mother. So Imam Ali had more than one saying about selling the child's mother. So that's not the wife there. فقال مرة بالجواز ومرة بعدمه. Once he said it's permissible and once he said it's not permissible. What's the judgment in the Shafi'i school about selling the child's mother? Not permissible. As soon as she gets pregnant. Once she gets pregnant, she becomes a frozen asset. A frozen asset. You cannot sell her. You cannot give her as a gift. But you can rent her. Like rent her out to someone who needs work. Maybe, yeah, needs to work and whatever she might be able to do. Sew, cook, whatever. Because she's still a slave woman. فقال, sorry. ولا عيب في ذلك. And there is nothing blameworthy about this change of ijtihad. بل في ذلك دلالة على قوة نظر المجتهد. Rather, in that is evidence for the strength of the mujtahid's perception and investigation. وقد رجع الشافعي عن المذهب القديم. الشافعي retracted the old madhab. فقال لا آذن أن يروى عني. He said, I do not accept, I do not permit that it is transmitted from me. I do not permit that it is transmitted from me. But what's going to be the judgment of transmitting it from him? Permissible. لكن أصحابه نظروا في بعض المسائل. However, the junior mujtahids, the mujtahids in the Shafi'i school, the highest ranking scholars under a Shafi'i, they looked into some of the cases. فوجدوا أن القديم أقوى من الجديد. And they found that the old saying of Ash-Shafi'i is stronger than the new saying بنحو 17 مسألة by about 17 cases, or yani in about 17 cases. وَذَلِكَ عَمَلًا بِقَوْلِ الشَّافِعِي. But the question is, in how many cases did he change? How many cases did he actually change? I don't know. So, out of however many those are, about 17 of them were judged by the scholars of his way as stronger than the new saying of Ash-Shafi'i. وَذَلِكَ عَمَلًا بِقَوْلِ الشَّافِعِي. And how is that? How could they? Who are they to say that what Ash-Shafi'i himself deems as the upgrade, the update, what Ash-Shafi'i himself deems as the update, who are they to deem the older saying stronger? ذَلِكَ عَمَلًا بِقَوْلِ الشَّافِعِي. That is out of still practicing the Shafi'i school. Out of what Ash-Shafi'i himself said, he said something. إِذَا صَحَّ الْحَدِيثُ فَهُوَ مَذْهَبِي. When the hadith is authentic, then that is my madhab. That's what Ash-Shafi'i said, and that's what other mujtahids said. And they also have another saying. They said, if what I say contradicts the hadith, then throw it against the wall. وَنَقَلَ الْجَدِيدَ عَدَدٌ مِّنْ أَصْحَابِهِ. A number of his disciples transmitted his new madhab, كالربيعين, like the two Rabi'as, Al-Rabi' ibn Sulaiman al-Muradi and Al-Rabi' ibn Sulaiman al-Jizi. Look how interesting that is. Rabi' ibn Sulaiman, both of them. Both two men. Each one, his name's Rabi', and the father of each one is his father's name is Sulaiman. So one of them is Al-Rabi' ibn Sulaiman al-Muradi, and the other one is Al-Rabi' ibn Sulaiman al-Jizi. Al-Jizi. Alhamdulillah. Now this one, would Sheikh ask for this? Who transmitted the Shafi'i school, the new Shafi'i school from him? It means according to what you took in the book. So now, inshallah, we won't forget. But what might you do? You might say only Ar-Rabi'an, the two Rabi'as, if you are one of the summarizers. And this is what, according to the way our sheikhs do. And our sheikhs are strong in grading. They don't have a D. They go from A to B. They go from A, B, C to F. That's very nice. I approve and adopt this way. So, you might say, if the question were, who transmitted the new madhab of Ash-Shafi'i from him? You might say, عَدَدٌ مِّنْ أَصْحَابِهِ كَالرَّبِيعَيْنِ. A group of his colleagues, a number of his colleagues like the two Rabi'as, and then stop there. That's summary. Because it says here in the book who they are. Al-Rabi' ibn Sulaiman al-Muradi and Al-Rabi' ibn Sulaiman al-Jizi. So what you should do is write it all out. If you memorize this exactly like it is, you're going to want to write it out exactly like you memorized it. You'd say, نقل الجديد عدد من أصحابه كالربيعين الربيع بن سليمان المرادي والربيع بن سليمان الجيزي. وكلاهما من أهل مصر. Both of those are from the people of Egypt. وله رواة غيرهما رووا عنه الجديد. And Ash-Shafi'i also has other narrators who reported his new madhab from him. وينقض الوضوء أيضا شفاء دائم الحدث. Now, here is a phrase that the Sheikh used. And rarely, I don't know an instance other than this one. Did the Sheikh say a statement that could be criticized? It's possible to criticize this statement. He said, amongst what also invalidates the wudu is for the person with a constant and lasting impurity to be cured. Yani, a person with a leakage problem, that one I call the leakage problem, da'imul hadath, so incontinence of urine, istihalba, sickness, bleeding, etc. The person who has leakage to be cured, the Sheikh says, this cure invalidates the wudu. كَمَنْ بِهِ سَلَسُ بَوْلٍ وَالْمُسْتَحَاضَةِ, like the one who has incontinence of urine or the woman with sickness bleeding. How does criticizable? First of all, let me just explain what these words mean as he said them before I tell you how someone might criticize them. What he is saying is this. A person, now you've already learned, when a person has this leakage problem, he has special rules for istinja and praying. Like this one has to wait for the prayer time to come in, or the time for whatever the purification is needed for. And then make the adjusted istinja. Is going to wait for the time to come in, make the specialized istinja, so you know what that is, can't unravel it now, and then pray, if it were prayer, immediately. One obligation he can do with this, make the istinja, make the wudu, make the istinja, make the wudu, and then pray immediately. And with this wudu, he can do one obligation and unlimited optional deeds. Okay, inshallah, that better be clear for you. That rule's clear for you, inshallah. Now, and when he wants to do another obligation, he has to make another wudu. Even if he never did anything to break, even if, sorry, about to say the wrong words here. Even if he never did another invalidator, that's a better way to say what I was about to say. Even if he never did another invalidator, when I say another, I mean other than the leakage problem he has, other than the fundamental leakage problem he has, if he did not do a different invalidator other than the leakage problem that he has already, he still has to do a new wudu with the adjusted istinja for every obligation. And with this wudu, he can do unlimited voluntary worships. So I believe that's all clear for you. If you have a question, feel free to ask. So what I'm getting at here, this one with this leakage problem, what if it stops? Can he just keep praying like that? No. Now he needs to go before he prays and make wudu. Even if he did not do another invalidator. Just by virtue of being cured from this leakage, he needs to make a new wudu. So, according to this scenario I gave you and this image that I drew for you, he said, like other scholars said, the cure for the perpetual impurity is a wudu invalidator. If we add that to Abu Shuja's count, that's going to be 7. Now, what's criticizable about that? What's criticizable about that is that in reality, he didn't, the cure did not break his wudu. In reality, the cure just made him obligated to make a new wudu, not that it broke his wudu. Why it didn't break his wudu? Because his wudu in reality was already broken by his leakage problem. Now you might say to me, but how he can keep praying? Because he has a problem. And there's a rule in the religion. When the situation narrows, the rules of the religion widen. So, this person, that's why, as you know, inshallah, when this one with this leakage problem makes his intention upon this wudu, his intention cannot be to lift the impurity, or else it won't be valid. Because it's not going to lift his impurity. Rather, his intention is to permit prayer. That's why he can pray. He licensed his prayer. And what does this emergency purification license for him? He now has license to do one obligation and unlimited optional deeds. If his leakage is cured, he no longer has license. Now he has to make a new wudu. And in reality, his wudu is not broken by the cure. It was already broken by the leakage. So that's how it's possible to criticize that statement. So I personally don't know any statement from the Sheikh that could be criticized. I'm not exaggerating. Yani, if I thought that nothing the Sheikh said could be criticized, I won't even be here now saying to you what I'm saying. I'm not criticizing the Sheikh for it, I'm just telling you. Because personally, I think the Sheikh did that on purpose. He knows that. What I'm telling you, he knows that. So he put it there on purpose. For something. Like, for example, for what? Like for me to say to you what I'm saying to you. So that this benefit could be mentioned, for example. Then he says, وَيَنْقُضُهُ أَكْلُ لَحْمِ الْجَزُورِ على مذهب أحمد وهو أحد قولي الشافعي. And also what invalidates the wudu is eating camel meat in the school of Ahmed, and that is one of two sayings of Ash-Shafi'i, camel meat. Now, what we learned is that it is not the preponderant saying in the Shafi'i school, but also I learned, so there's two different sheikhs, I'm putting what they said together. One sheikh said that eating camel meat breaking the wudu is not the preponderant saying in the Shafi'i school. And another one said it is a strong saying in the Shafi'i school. That's not a contradiction. There is no contradiction between those two statements. Can I repeat that again? Which part? The meat. Okay. Eating camel meat breaks the wudu in the school of Imam Ahmed. And that is one of two sayings of the Shafi'i school. So if we add that to Abu Shuja's count, then we're going to have 8 invalidators. But there's another saying in the Shafi'i school that eating camel meat does not break the wudu. And what we learned is that the saying that eating camel meat does not break the wudu is not the preponderant, not the weighty saying in the Shafi'i school, but we also learned that it is a strong saying. The author says, yani the Sharih, Amin Wafiq. The explainer says, Masail, cases. من شك بعد أن أحدث هل توضأ أم لا لزمه الوضوء. Anyone who doubted after he broke his wudu, if he made wudu or not. So what's he doubting about? Is he doubting that he broke his wudu or that he has his wudu? He's doubting if he has wudu. Because he's doubting after he broke his wudu if he made wudu. So this means he's doubting if he has wudu. Then he's obligated to make wudu. وَلَوْ شَكَّ بَعْدَ أَنْ تَوَضَّأَ هَلْ أَحْدَثَ أَمْ لَا. And if one doubted after he made wudu, if he broke his wudu or not, لَمْ يَلْزَمْهُ الْوُضُوء. Then wudu is not binding on him. So that's an important case. That's the case of not using doubt as evidence, throwing the doubt away and sticking to what you are sure of. So test yourself here if that's not clear. Every now and then, ask yourself, make sure this rule is clear for yourself. Doubting if I made wudu. I'm doubting if I made wudu, then I'm obligated to make wudu. I'm doubting if I lost wudu, then I'm not obligated to make wudu. Now, what if this question came in the test? Like what's here? This rule, alhamdulillah, is firm for me. I know this particular rule well, especially the small amount that the Sheikh mentioned here. This two sentences here is just the skim of the top of the case here. Like other things, goes deeper and branches further. This amount is very clear for me. Now, for example, I'm confident I can go into the test. If you were to ask this, I could answer this with a summarized answer that's not wrong. But now I'm going to say, I know this sheikh. He wants me to say it the way it's in the book, so then I should say it the way it's in the book. Or if you were another sheikh, I might say, this sheikh, as long as I don't say it wrong, he's going to accept. And then I might write it like that. Then the Sheikh says here, the explainer, وَلَا يَنْتَقِيضُ وُضُوءُ مَنْ مَسَّ نَجَاسَةً. The wudu of someone who touches filth, touches, so not just contacts, touches. Touching is proactive here, active here, not passive. His wudu is not broken if he touches najasa, puts his finger into urine, puts his finger into blood or feces. It will not break his wudu. Wallahu alam. Subhanallah. Allah answered the dua that we finished the amount of the material that we wanted to finish here. Now, this is as far as I wanted to get to with you here in this marathon. It's at this time. We still want to come back later. I have more information I want to cover with you. But in terms of reading the text and the explanation, this is as far as I wanted to go. And I wanted to stop at this hour, and Allah granted us the success to do so. So we're going to stop here for this portion of the marathon. If you have a question that I can answer for you, feel free, please. Ameen wa feek. سبحانك اللهم وبحمدك أشهد أن لا إله إلا أنت أستغفرك وأتوب إليك لا إله إلا الله اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم رب اغفر لنا وللمؤمنين والمؤمنات. Question: which school of thought was the last paragraph you gave about it not breaking the wudu with urine? No. I didn't say anything about urine not breaking wudu. Urine will break your wudu. So I think you're asking me about the case of a person who has a leakage problem. A person has a leakage problem, such as incontinence of urine. He waits for the prayer time to come in, or else his wudu is not going to be valid. He makes his specialized istinja. or else his prayer is not going to be valid, his wudu is not going to be valid. And then he makes his wudu, and then he prays immediately, an obligation. Yeah, and then he prays immediately. Let's just say it that way. Then he can, with this wudu, pray one obligation and unlimited optional deeds that require wudu, sunnah prayers, holding Quran, etc. As long as he did not do something else other than what his leakage problem is. So if his leakage problem is incontinence of urine, then if anything other than his perpetual impurity happens, then he's going to need a new wudu. So if his perpetual impurity is incontinence of urine, then it's not the urine that's coming out that's going to make him have to make a new wudu. Dripping out, I mean. It's not going to be the dripping of the urine, the leakage that makes him have to make a new wudu, because that is his perpetual impurity. That's his perpetual impurity for which he waited for the prayer time to come in, did his specialized istinja, and then made his wudu and prayed immediately for. So he can still, as long as it's just only the leakage that he already had, he can just do one obligation and unlimited sunnas. But if anything else other than that leakage occurs, then his wudu is broken. It's not really broken, though. It's not really broken because it never was there. Because he has a leakage problem. Do you understand? Barakallahu fikum, inshallah. See you in the next session.